Greetings, welcome everybody. Good morning, yes I should say, and happy Friday. Folks here gathered already. Welcome. Let me try to get my things in order here. What is up, Father Axekeeper, Duckadmire, Loki, you Poopins, Crumb, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and everybody else. Morning, and I will hydrate. Have a nice sip of coffee. Things off. Actually, let me put that down here. Spill or cause any other kind of incidents. Nice shirt, thank you. This is my 1000% official Sega shirt. All your, all your favorite characters. You got Blue Scamp, Alec Child, Egg. All your favorites. All your favorites. Everyone's a big fan of Sega in chat, right? What's up, Mighty C7, White Buffalo? Welcome. People still filing in. We are starting bright and early. This has become a little bit of a recent pattern. I did once upon a time do fairly regular morning time Saturday streams. And it just so happens that with my current work schedule, I do not work Fridays, and it's kind of a convenient way to kick off the weekend for me to do some streaming on Friday, but early enough that I can actually do some more things later in the day.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
White Buffalo 6 subscribed at tier 1. Enjoy your unspeakable horrors, enjoy your emotes, and enjoy your warm fuzzy feelings of giving me support and helping me pay my bills. I will be in more urgent need than previously. Find any bits and pieces of extra income to help cover expenses. So all forms of support are very, very much appreciated. Thank you very much indeed. Love Sega and Sanic. I believe you mean Blue Scamp. Everyone loves Blue Scamp. Anyway, we are gathered here today not just to reminisce and wonder of all beautiful and lovely things Sega. Although I could go on a lengthy diatribe on that. I mean, not just like Sega stuff in general, but also excitement for Tokyo Game Show, which is not far away. In fact, it is about 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, I think. Kind of depending on how you count, because there's some pre-TGS stuff popping off too. Hyuga Gotoku Studio is having their RGG summit, I think, in the 1 or 2 days leading up to TGS, where I'm sure we'll see more of Stranger Than Heaven. And I would assume probably a new Like a Dragon game. Seems like it's time for that. But they also said at EVO that we would see more of the new Virtua Fighter at TGS. So technically speaking, you might expect some of that from the RGG Summit, but because that is technically before TGS, maybe, I don't know, whatever. But Sega recently put out some kind of TGS schedule thing, where they had there were 8 or 9 sort of slots, and half of them were filled in with things that they have announced that they're gonna show or have at the event, and the rest were left empty to sort of imply some surprise appearances. But I think there were a few things that are known quantities that were not included. Like Stranger Than Heaven was not on there, and surely that'll be at the show. New Virtua Fighter was also not on there. But I think what was on that list was Sonic Racing, which I think releases during TGS or whatever, but there's probably some DLC news or whatever. There was some Persona remake thing, and actually I think VF5 Revo was on that list, which the new console version, World Stage, is coming out in October, I think. Anyway, I'm hoping that maybe we might see the re-emergence of some of those other Sega revival projects that were announced almost 2 years ago. Shinobi Art of Vengeance came out, but we haven't really seen or heard any updates on any of the other 4 games. Streets of Rage, Golden Axe, Jet Set Radio, and Crazy Taxi. So I feel like it's about time we start hearing about something, anything. And who knows? We might even see something at the Nintendo Direct, which is, I guess, in a couple of hours. It's later today. Then again, for something that they have like a planned TGS thing about in like 2 weeks, maybe not, but whatever. Who knows? TGS is going to be fun. I'll look forward to that. But like I said, we could go on lengthy diatribes about TGS and Sega and video games and excitement and all kinds of other things. But we are here to focus on Bloodstone, the latest adventure in the ongoing series of games Bond. A new Bond adventure. Well, was at the time. Bond adventure at one point in time, new and exciting. Well, it is not exactly new, but I would say it's still pretty exciting. James Bond has yet again gone on a kind of unplanned extended hiatus. That's how it goes sometimes. But with the reveal of 007 First Light, it's we have received a deadline for when we have to finish James Bond. That game comes out March, I think it's like March 27th, but if you buy the game, you get to play it a day early, so the actual release date is the 26th. And we need to have everything done by then, but I hope and intend to have everything done fairly, long before then. I would hope and dare I say expect that we're going to be able to finish the games that are left before the end of this year. At one point in time, I was sort of targeting the 3rd anniversary of James Bond, which is October 12th, I believe. And that would have been possible if I didn't have to kind of go on a break over the summer. That's not going to happen, but we're going to try to pick up the pace a little bit and forge ahead and just see how things go. What's up, Nerva Luna? No more Cobra? Cobra never ends. In fact, I just got more Cobra in the mail today. I went to pick up this package, my French Blu-ray box set of Cobra the Animation, the complete 13-episode TV season, and the 2 OAVs. Time Drive and the Psycho Gun, complete in French and Japanese. I'm actually extremely excited about this. Not gonna watch this on stream, but maybe on Discord. I don't know. We'll see. The space adventure never ends, rest assured. But we did finish the Cobra game on stream Wednesday. It was a nice kind of relatively chill sort of finale in the sense that the last 4 chapters took like 2 hours instead of 6 hours, as I kind of expected. So we didn't have to super rush through it at the end, which I appreciated. I have mixed feelings on that game. I still enjoyed it, but I'm glad to have it kind of, it's done and dusted. The slate is clean and we can move on to other things. But we're not here to talk about Cobra. We have done that at length, and we will do so again, I'm sure. We're setting aside for the time being the adventures of James Bond in space and focusing instead our attention towards James Bond on Earth. But yeah, Bloodstone, I've been excited about for a while because it's a game that I think no one ever really talks much about, which honestly is like most James Bond games. But I think there are some of the, especially more relatively recent ones, like the 3D ones, that sort of defy, not logic, but sort of games that must have reasonably been pretty big successes, games that by all accounts are probably pretty decent, but still sort of, they're caught a little bit in between the ever-looming shadow of GoldenEye that people just fucking obsess over to no end, and the kind of general stigma of licensed games where people are just predisposed to dismiss and forget about these games regardless of their quality, I kind of feel like. Everything or Nothing is like a fucking all-timer, insane, ultra mega quality, like PS2, Xbox action game. It's an incredible, incredible game, and like completely irrespective of its standing relative to other James Bond games, I just think like in in terms of an action game of that era, it's just never much talked about, which I think is unfortunate, because I think it's deserving of a lot more accolades than it gets. Also, just realized we have the little Cobra thing on there. We can put that away. We're not going to be playing Cobra today. And I think that has been a little bit of a common thread with pretty much every Bond game post, every console, I should say, Bond game post GoldenEye. Not that everyone has been incredible to the degree of everything or nothing, of course not, but there's been a tangible feel of like, why isn't anyone like, why is this game not remembered? Like, why was this game so sort of just forgotten or not cared about in the first place when I'm sort of firmly on record as not being terribly impressed by or certainly fond of GoldenEye. I have a lot of respect for the game, and I think it does do a lot of interesting, innovative things. But I think it's an incredibly annoying, frustrating game. It's like pretty ugly in some ways. Like, it's, you know, there's certainly a good couple of things about that game that are just completely unassailably excellent. Like, the sound design in that game is phenomenal. The music is great. With some exceptions, for the most part, the feeling of firing guns is like really satisfying and good. And I think there's a lot to kind of appreciate and celebrate about that game. But I think it's also a game that has a lot of sort of teething issues where it's sort of like, it's cool because it kind of I was gonna say that it bucks trends, and that's doesn't even really feel appropriate to say, because it's like I mean, first-person shooters weren't a new concept in 1997, but if you look at Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, Marathon, Duke 3D, Quake, and you know what first-person shooters had done up until that point, GoldenEye definitely feels like a little bit of a left turn, and it's pretty ambitious and kind of quirky in a lot of ways. I mean, there had been stuff like I'm pretty sure Strife predates GoldenEye. I think that's like 96, 97. Obviously there's like Ultima Underworld, and I'm not sure. I'm guessing the first Elder Scrolls probably a little bit later, but you know, elaborate first-person adventuring was something that existed. But the sort of specific formula of an action game with these missions with different sort of scenarios and objectives and stuff was a pretty different take. And I think what I appreciate the most in terms of GoldenEye's structure now is the fact that the levels are, for the most part, short, and it has this kind of, I think, extremely forward-thinking or like ahead of its time structure of like, you have a menu of levels that you can just go back to and replay, and you're kind of incentivized to practice and improve at each level, which is I mean, I said ahead of its time, but it's not like that really became the norm either. But I don't know, but I think for that style of game, it works really, really well. And I mean, it's not like that hadn't been done. You could say that you know, you had even on there were NES games that had like save. I mean, there's stuff that like would have had save features in Japan but not in the West. But I guess slightly later with Super Mario World and Yoshi's Island and stuff like that, like action games that just had save files and you could go back and revisit levels. I guess Yoshi's Island is kind of a good analog because it has the kind of collecting aspect and like getting all the stars and whatever else to kind of unlock the bonus levels, etc., etc. But seeing it applied to kind of slightly more narrative heavy first person shooter is a little different. And that's the kind of thing that, like, man, I like that structure is something I love. And I love games where each individual level or challenge can be kind of small and intense and very sort of tailored, but still allow you to kind of replay it. And I mean, that's one of the things that I'm very curious and excited to see how First Light will handle, because apparently, like, that game looks like a mix between Hitman 3 and Everything or Nothing, which is like, I mean, I couldn't be happier. But apparently that game has like sort of Hitman style levels, and then it has sort of linear levels between those, or like before or after. I don't know. Like, I had some sort of explanation given, but I assume that it's going to be like, apparently it won't have the mastery system from the Hitman games where you're like very explicitly encouraged to replay levels multiple times to unlock new items and stuff like that. But even so, I would hope that that's a game that would let you revisit and redo parts for, you know, whether it's a higher score or just to try different things or whatever it is, just like revisiting a fun section of the game. Like, I think that's cool. But GoldenEye still, like, for all those things that I can appreciate about it, is still like a little bit of a chore to play. And as such, like, it's not, I think really, I mean, I wasn't hugely into it at the time, but especially when I played Nightfire on Xbox in like 2005, or 2004 maybe, I don't know. I got my Xbox somewhere around that time, 2003, 2004. And I love that game. And I remember thinking very distinct, like, this is going way better than GoldenEye in so many ways, and no one is ever talking about the game. And that's like just been the fate of every James Bond game since. I mean, up until First Light, pretty much. And even then, I'm sure there's going to be a million curmudgeons out there who are like, well, I mean, it's no GoldenEye. I mean, just inescapable. But the Vork? And how much chaos you can do in the stealth parts. I mean, I think the one of the things that make the Hitman games really fun is that it has a lot of the sandboxy open-ended parts are very open-ended. Like, mechanically, there's a lot of different things. Like, there are a lot of highly designed scenarios baked into those levels, which I'm sure will be the case. I mean, we kind of got an example of that in the showcase they did. But there's a lot of other things that just happen organically due to how all the systemic stuff, all the mechanics just interact with each other. And, I mean, even in Hitman, for the most part, there aren't straight up failure states other than being killed. Or, you know, someone else being killed that has to be protected, or, you know, that kind of thing. Like, there isn't for the most part. There might be example or exceptions, but there isn't like a thing of you got caught, like instant game over. Like, you can end up in a situation where you get caught and then you have to just sort of, you know, you might be in a very bad spot, you might be unable to get out of it, but you might be able to. And I'm sure the linear bits will certainly have more guided, focused, like, you have to do things this way. But like what we saw in the showcase was like a driving section, and it's like a chase. So okay, yeah, sure, the game probably won't let you just drive off into the countryside, but like, that's not a reasonable expectation. Like, why would you expect the game to let you do that, and why would you want to do that in the first place? Like, that doesn't bother me at all. And like, in that section there's a car chase, and then that leads into like the airfield like shootout section, which is also part of like the linear stuff. And even then, like, you know, it's a linear action stage. There is no kind of stealth or subterfuge or sneaking. Like, you're fighting enemies, and, you know, maybe there are sections like that that are more, that have different routes or paths or things like that. But I think the action set piece stuff is probably mostly quite like segregated from the sandbox, clockwork, systemic Hitman stuff, which is perfectly fine by me, because I think they probably, like, they complement each other in that they both offer their unique sort of coverage of the James Bond fantasy. That's what I've been saying since the game was first announced, that like it would be foolish to expect this game to be a reskinned Hitman game, because the Hitman games don't have driving. They have shooting, but they don't really have like the gunplay in the Hitman games is not a good realization of like James Bond action fantasy. And it doesn't have action set pieces. So like if you could make, and you know, partially that seems to be what they are doing, you could make a game that's like, you could put a James Bond skin in Hitman and like have a slightly redesigned mission, and it could be a cool James Bond experience, but it would be such an incomplete, you know, adaptation of what you would expect or would want from James Bond, that you would need that other stuff too. And I think wisely, rather than trying to incorporate big action set pieces in the middle of a Hitman mission, they're kind of treating them as two separate things. I mean, you could look at Everything or Nothing, which actually does have some like oddly impressively ambitious levels where, technically speaking, there is a driving bit and bits where you are not driving, but for the most part the vehicle levels are, you know, there are some that are very much on rails, some that are a bit more driving around a town area or whatever, but like they also kind of cordon off like the different types of missions and different types of experience into their own kind of bite-sized chunk, so that can just be done properly. And I think that's the way to go. But I assume that it's going to be, we don't get the full kind of sense of it in the demo they did, but you get the impression that it's gonna be a bit more kind of seamless, that it wouldn't be like Everything or Nothing where like level 1 drive up to the castle, level 2 sneak into the party, level 3 the car chase afterwards, whatever. Like that's probably one big interrupted chunk of game, but maybe once you finish it, there's gonna be a way to like revisit the party section without having to do the drive up to the castle or whatever. It's a bit like Hitman 3 where some of the missions, like the Hong Kong mission and the Berlin mission, when you play them the first time, there's like a pretty lengthy introductory sequence, and as soon as you finish it the first time, you kind of unlock the ability to start the mission after the whole intro section, because like it's important for the narrative, but for the structure of the game where you want to just replay missions and do them differently and unlock stuff or whatever, that first introductory part never changes. So it would be like just a complete waste of everyone's time to have to redo that every time. So I hope we see something similar in First Light. But anyway. Bond games post GoldenEye tend to just be broadly underappreciated. And I think for for most of the games we've played since, with the exception of like some mobile games that no one has any opinions on, many of the games we've played, you have at least one or two people sort of coming out of the woodwork to go, oh man, you're gonna hate this one, it's gonna be a pain in the ass. Or you have someone going, man, this game is sick, like I'm so happy to see you play this game or whatever. And it, you know, that isn't to say that those kind of comments have been very reflective, or like everyone, or I shouldn't say everyone, but a handful of people were like eagerly anticipating, I guess, you know, when we were finally going to be playing 007 Racing, as like, oh man, this is going to be the worst fucking piece of shit ever. And from my impression, that was people like who had played the game. It wasn't just people assuming that it would be a bad game, but just like, oh man, this game is a weird piece of trash. And I liked that game. It had one or two like really awful difficulty spikes that were annoying. But I enjoyed the game. I thought it was really interesting and cool. I guess I don't know. For the most part, I think I've appreciated games. I don't know that I've had people say, oh man, this game is awesome, and I played it and I was like, nah, that was pretty mediocre. But it's always been kind of interesting, and Bloodstone is no exception. As we've talked about it leading up to playing it, there's been a small handful of people going like, oh, this is a cool game. So yeah, and I think, you know, maybe I think Agent Under Fire was really underbaked, and it was a pretty mediocre game that didn't really have a lot going for it. GoldenEye Rogue Agent, of course, is terrible. Super bland, really boring, way too long levels, like just a bad game. But other than that, I think pretty much all of the 3D games we've played have been, at the very least, interesting. For the most part, pretty entertaining, and I would say largely a good time. And I think there is no real reason to suspect that Bloodstone would be any different. From what tiny amount of footage and images and whatnot I've seen, it appears to be, I guess I shouldn't say that it's like Everything or Nothing, that remains to be seen. But it's a kind of a running around with a dude action game. I don't think it's a full first-person shooter like the Quantum of Solace game was. Although I guess the PS2 Quantum of Solace was also kind of the third-person action sort of template. But yeah, I'm very excited to find out. So without further ado, let's hop on over to the game's Bond scene. Also, I just realized I totally forgot, I think, to configure a few things with my webcam, which is a bit... yeah, let me... Like, it defaults to having a bunch of shit auto-adjusting, which makes it, like, freak out constantly. That should be better, a little more stable that way. Alright, so... the game of today will be 007 Bloodstone. We will be playing the Xbox 360 version that did have a PS3 release. It did also have a PC release. It has since, of course, been delisted. Developed by Bizarre, which is kind of cool. To my knowledge, they were more of a racing game developer, so I'm not exactly sure what their bona fides or lineage is in terms of action games. But although I guess didn't they also make Geometry Wars? I think so. I could be mistaken. In any case, I don't really have, certainly within the context of Bond games, but even outside of it, I don't have a specific expectation based on the developer. Other than that, I would think that they're thought of as a, you know, a pretty competent studio, I think. I don't know. 007 Bloodstone stars Daniel Craig as James Bond in an epic original story developed by legendary screenwriter Bruce Firestein. Okay, alright. Well, I'm sure he's a legend. Players can engage in cover-based firefights, lethal hands-to-hand combat, and speed their way through explosive, adrenaline-fueled driving sequences. They embark on a global chase leading to action on land and sea through Athens, Istanbul, Monaco, and Bangkok. Some pretty good locations for a Bond adventure, I would say. What's up, Mendel? Greetings. I do have the game, and it did hail from an era during which manuals were a thing. It's quite girthy, but I'm sure that's down to just featuring 12 European languages. Well, at least 5. The English table of contents here lists up 9 pages of stuff. And I think I can sort of skim my way through this pretty quickly, because I doubt it's going to have anything. Yeah, 9 pages, 2 of which are legal junk. I don't think we need to do a full, like, stream read-along of everything here. I didn't bother getting, like, a PDF version to show on stream or anything. I mean, this is from the era when we still got manuals. But they were from that window of time where no one was expected to actually read the manual, so they don't put anything of interest in here. Basically, it seems to be boiling down to, you know, 2 pages of controller layout charts. Then it's like just a rundown of the heads-up display. Damage system, takedown, focus, aim, smartphone. And then it's like 1 page of how to navigate the main menu. That is not a single headline here that covers anything to do with the game's premise or plot or narrative or fiction at all. And I am sure everything to do with the damage system, takedown, and focus aim will be adequately displayed, or explained rather, in the game itself. Yeah, there's a smartphone that you can hack stuff with, which, I mean, I guess that's the go-to Daniel Craig era Bond gadget, isn't it? Just a smartphone. I think that's it. I don't think we need to really waste any more time on the manual. The box art wasn't so generic looking. I think the box art is at least aesthetically, like, it's quite striking. I mean, in the grand pantheon of James Bond imagery, you know, it's not the most exciting or like bold visual, and you know, they could have done a traditional painted cover. I mean, like the from Russia with Love, I don't recall off the top of my head if that was like a brand new painting or if it sort of repurposed old artwork, but of course it had that classic vibe. And of course it's a totally different kind of thing because it is that sort of period piece, throwback, whatever, but just as like the first thing that came to mind. But I think there is at least some kind of I'm just thinking of like the covers to the other kind of contemporary games, because when you had the GoldenEye or Tomorrow Never Dies or The World's Not Enough, like they just had the movie promo poster image or whatever, which is fine. And yeah, Quantum of Solace had that too, and that's like the boring as fucking poster too, with him just like walking up over the sand dune with his MP5 or whatever. I think it like the presence of the kind of graphic design elements and the sort of typographic like logo stuff like gives it something. But yeah, I mean, it's not one for the video game cover art Hall of Fame for sure. I think it's just that like Daniel Craig, and I mean, it's not specific to him or that era. I don't think we're like out of it now exactly, but like movie posters and movie production like promotion materials have just like gone so completely down the shitter over the last, you know, few decades that you could take like imagine any like action film or whatever from like the 60s through the 90s, and you could imagine a video game adaptation of a film, just putting the poster on the box and it would be like a sick box. But then like from, I don't know, the mid 2000s onwards, you think of that and it's like, ugh, And I mean, the thing is, like, some movies nowadays still get like, you know, there's some commissioned limited edition poster thing that looks fucking sick, but it's not something they actually use in the marketing, because the marketing stuff is all like super generic floating heads, like the shittiest, blandest. I mean, DVD and Blu-ray covers are even worse, where they like re-release old movies that have great posters, but they put like a movie still and they just tint it blue and put some dirt on top, and then they don't actually use the proper sort of logo. They just like put the movie's title in like Arial black or whatever. I hate that shit so much. So in the context of that, I think this is at least not like offensive to look at. So I mean, it's all relative to where you feel like the bar is. I don't mind it. I'd also be remiss not to mention that we are, of course, in the midst of the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative. This is the method by which we can unlock additional secret bonus missions to be completed, additional games to be played over the course of Games Bond. We are currently working our way towards the last of the scheduled secret missions. There are potentially others that could be added should it come to that. I have this on here, but that will be a playing of the canceled Xbox Live Arcade remake or update or port or remaster, whatever you want to call it, of GoldenEye 007. So if we can garner enough support, we will be playing this eventually. And the way this works is all contributions to the channel in the form of subscriptions, bits, merch sales, etc. will add to this counter of roughly one Q credit per bit, or 100 per dollar ish. Obviously that's going to change a little bit with currencies, but a subscription is worth 250, and if you cheer, we'll add whatever number of bits you cheer to this amount. And if we reach 1,000 over the course of this stream, that is one other daily objective completed.
Unspeakable horror.
Lord Bilbo helpfully demonstrating this concept by contributing another 250 credits for another month of unspeakable horror. Thank you very much, Lord Bilbo. I very much appreciate that. Enjoy your Bond emotes, enjoy your gold skull and other privileges. You get it. You get it. So yeah, I think that's about that with regards to the Q Branch Research Funding Initiative. Now, before we start playing, we do have a little bit of promotional material, and this kind of stuff I'm always interested in looking at before we play a game. I did not find any interesting print advertisements or anything like that, but we do have a couple of trailers. I mean, I guess we're kind of like past that era, I suppose. This game came out in 2010, so we're not going to have as much of that stuff. But we have a few trailers that will be interesting to see, to kind of set the table a little bit, to get a sense of what we might have to expect. And I haven't really seen these, and I only have a vague sense of what this game looks like, or what it plays like even, so this will be exciting. So this is the reveal trailer, and I believe so I grabbed these off of YouTube last night, and I believe the timeline is that this was revealed like in summer of 2010, and the game came out in, I think, November. I think the launch trailer at least was dated to early November. So I'm trying to remember. I think there was like a July date, which, like, is it possible that E3 was like early July or something at that point? I feel like it would have been in May or June. But this could also have been like a re-upload that was uploaded a month later or something. That's entirely possible. Anyway, doesn't really matter, but let's take a look at the James Bond 007 Bloodstone reveal trailer. Looks a lot like the Quantum of Solace opening. We got stoic Daniel Craig.
On here.
007, this is urgent. Greco has flown in a group of international terrorists for a suicide mission.
Some PTSD from that
Attack may be imminent.
mission briefing graphics. Yeah, we got a lot of brawling, taking cover, lens flares, driving, comma, other. This is pretty good. Like, I guess this looks like this is all like the opening mission or something. Like, it doesn't seem like they're Seems like they're keen not to show too much. Would make sense, but it looks pretty good.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
I mean, maybe a little bit. Not my first thought, but sure, why not? We have a quote-unquote gameplay trailer. I skimmed through this just when I was grabbing it to make sure like the quality was all right and everything. And it looks like this one was almost all focused on like the melee combat or something. I don't know. Let's find out. Let's take a look. It's November. Bond is back. All right. Got a tuxedo. Camera is fucking going crazy. Behind stealth takedowns. And hand-to-hand combat moves. Alright, so combine melee combat with melee combat. Some more melee combat. Some very wobbly camera work to eliminate your enemies with precision. Is that what that said? Okay. That looks like it was super, like, snapping onto targets. New combat system. New Bond adventure. It looks pretty good. Like, it's interesting. Like, a lot of the... I mean, it's been a while since we played Quantum of Solace, but, I feel like, a lot of the kind of visual effects and, like, the overall visual style of this does feel like it's looking more modern. Like from a kind of general tech perspective, but this is not like Quantum of Solace was 2008, I think, and this is 2010, so it's not like that much later. But that's interesting. The Macaw 45. Daniel Craig has zero facial expressions. Yeah, I mean he's gonna be pretty stoic. I'm quite sure. It's a why not? And finally, we have the launch trailer. Maybe we'll give a better all-encompassing glimpse of what the game looks like. But yeah, I'm pretty excited so far. No, like, zero explanation of anything to do with story.
You give up your secrets. Sooner or later, they all do.
Alright, we got evil Asians. Bond in peril. Supreme stoicism. Alright, big jumps. Ledge grabbing. Driving, comma, car.
I want you out of there. Back in London for a full debriefing.
No, this isn't over.
I feel like I'm very interested to see like how the game looks and feels, because it's like there's a fair amount of stuff in here that looks not necessarily fake or staged, but like some of the camera angles and the effects and stuff. Like, I wonder if some of this is from like cutscenes using the game engine, and or just like gussied up just a little bit for the trailer, or how much of this is like this is actually what will be on screen as is when you play it. That'll be interesting to find out. But yeah, looks like a good time, I would say. Seems like it'll get high marks on the Bond scale. Yeah, the Bond quotient I would expect to do pretty well. I mean, it's always like in the details of what we see and don't. It's definitely got a fair amount of things checked off. But there's quite a few that's just like, for one reason or another, don't end up making their way into that many of the games. Like the villain speech, like Moneypenny and Q are probably not going to be in this because I don't think... Hang on. I was going to say Spectre. What's the name of it? Skyfall? I think it was like 2012. And that's the one that introduced at least Q, right? In the Daniel Craig movies. So there's like stuff that just because of the way that Craig films, at least at this time, were kind of distancing themselves a little bit from some of those elements. That sort of ends up being inherited by the games as well. Still, it does look, as we've seen in previous Daniel Craig games also, that it's kind of... They want to stay somewhat faithful to the tone of the films. You know, they don't have like John Cleese Q popping up or whatever. But they kind of, you know, they'll still have him drive an Aston Martin with rocket launchers in it. Because, you know, fuck it, it's a video game. So I'm sure it'll, in some ways, get a higher rating than some of his films might have. Skyfall was good. I remember very much enjoying that film. Quantum of Solace, of course, we watched as we were playing the games, and that one is like an absolute mess. Casino Royale is really good. I remember liking Skyfall. I still have not seen Spectre, and we will at some point, of course, have to revisit all of the films, because I need to put together a complete register, a reference point for Bond quotient calculations. But having heard and seen quite a lot about Spectre, like, it does seem like it's a movie that's like half actually quite good and half super terrible. And even then, it's not that the movie is super terrible, but more so that, like, it's a movie that has a lot of good things in it, but also it has Blofeld, James Bond's secret brother, which is like the worst fucking concept imaginable, that is also like not handled well, which just like kind of ruins the whole movie. That's the impression I get, but I look forward to watching it at some point or another. I think Skyfall has... So, like, in 007 Legends, which is the final game in the James Bond lineup, the concept of that game is that, like, there's one film from each of the different Bond actors' tenure that has been, like, adapted. And I believe... Because you play as Daniel Craig, of course. But I want to say it's Goldfinger... it might be Moonraker, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, of course. License to Kill. And trying to think. It seems weird that they would do GoldenEye, but I don't remember what Brosnan stuff is in it, actually. It might be Die Another Day, just because we didn't get a game from that previously. And then I think there is a Skyfall section as well. That game has not, been remembered very fondly. It did not receive very good critical reception, but I feel like it's a game that's going to be novel, even if it's dumb and annoying. So I look forward to that game. But one thing at a time. First, we're going to play Bloodstone. So let's see if we can get this sorted. Up on my screen here. Might take like 5 minutes to boot up the 360. I did boot it up as I was starting the stream, the stream, just to make sure the console still worked. And it took a while to boot up. It seems a little faster now. Play 007 Bloodstone. Actually, I'm pretty... I was gonna say, did I install this? I'm pretty sure I did, because I would have set all this up like 2 months ago. I should have a timer, shouldn't I? I forgot that that's a thing. That's sorted. There. Green. guess it won't matter because I'm not going to play this on another console, probably. I probably shouldn't have done that. Whatever, it's going to tell me... Like in 360 games, have they like shut down this service? I actually don't even know. Well, I committed, so we have to wait. Building a little bit of suspense. Cloud storage isn't available. Yep, alright, okay. Hard drive it is. Single player, multiplayer, options, achievements. I like this menu. Quite nice to look at. Yeah, I know that's the thing. Like, there's some stuff that's they shut down the storefront, but you can still, like, patches and updates are still delivered, and you can still download stuff from your library. So like some online features aren't 100% killed off. It's just like some of them are. But it wouldn't surprise me that cloud storage would be part of the services that are no longer accessible. Subtitles, yes, please. I guess white means... Okay, good. The cursor doesn't like wrap around, so I can like press left a few times and be sure that yes is the one that's selected. I hate when it's like white and red. It's like... Of course, in this case, I think the slash helps, because it makes it clear that only the word is highlighted, but like white and bright red, when there's only two options, like it does not make it entirely super clear which color indicates like the thing that's selected. Like here you have a proper highlight so you see what's selected. It's a huge pet peeve of mine where there's like ambiguity about what's actually highlighted. Audio level in the capture seems a little bit low, but we'll see what it's like in game. Probably not too low, but just not on the higher end. Some consoles just like capture super loudly. I did not actually look at this in the manual, so might as well take a look. We'll get it explained at length in game, I am sure, but first we got left trigger aiming, right trigger shooting, right bumper reload, left button for focus aim, some kind of Bond sense slow-mo zoom in thing, I would assume. Swap shoulder and sprint by clicking the stick. Up to smartphone, down to... Alright, so up to use smartphone, down to activate smartphone, two entirely different concepts. A for context action, B for context move. I'm guessing that's like sliding or getting behind cover. Actually, that could be action. I don't know, jumping. X for takedown, Y for weapon swap. Alright, okay. Sounds pretty good. Got driving controls, brake, throttle, and a horn button. Toggle view, handbrake, fire weapon. Okay, I'm excited. We'll see if controller vibration is going to drive me nuts. It not infrequently does, but for a game like this, it might work pretty well. Okay, yeah, I think we're pretty ready. So let's go into single player. Did I boot this up? I'm surprised that this is like highlighted. Pretty sure. I don't remember ever booting this game up even, but at least not like beyond this. Pick a new game. I guess I must have gotten into the game to make sure it worked or something. New to shooter? Start here. Field operative. You enjoy the occasional shooter, this setting is for you. Agent. This setting is for players who are skilled at shooters and want a challenge. 007. I cannot even highlight it. Eyes only, I guess. Well, that's fine. I enjoy the occasional shooter, so this setting is for me. Do it. Super Greek font. Button prompts visible at all times for maximum immersion.
This is urgent. Priority 1. We fear the attack may be imminent. How long until you're on the ground?
We should be down in 10 minutes.
We haven't got 10 minutes. The satellite is picking up suspicious activity near Greco's boat. You've got to get a move on now.
I'm on my way.
Immediate M briefing. Also the fucking most unreadable subtitles I've ever seen. Blurry yellow tiny subtitles.
According to our sources, General, Greco has flown in a group of international terrorists for a suicide mission. The plan is for the attack to coincide with the moment they take the group photograph.
I can't much care what your sources tell you, Em. We've checked Greco out. He is an international businessman here on vacation.
His business, sir, is international arms trading. He'd like to see all the heads of state, all the members of the G20, wiped out in one fell swoop.
Is that what your sources are telling you? Or is it your female intuition?
I'll thank you to keep my intuition out of this, General. I want you to cancel the photo op, now.
Impossible. You have to have some faith, some trust in my ability to protect them.
Guy's fucking cartoon rubber face.
Keep your faith. I put my trust in Bond.
It's pretty good so far. Oh, maximum stoicism immediately. Yeah, so all like a lot of this stuff was in the trailer, right? And it's like, yeah, this is all like cutscene stuff. Which isn't to say the game's not gonna look good, but I think they've probably made an effort to make these cutscenes like blend in as kind of seamlessly as they can with the game graphics, which seems like they've done a good job of. But it's just enough that when you put it in a trailer, it kind of makes it look a little bit better than it might have otherwise.
In position.
Good luck, 007.
Keep watch on hazard. Report any suspicious activity.
Okay.
Bond, this is Tanner at Q Branch.
Tanner.
Hostile radio chatter shows your landing has gone undetected.
Okay,
Blueprints
good.
show Greco's quarters are located on the lower deck. Find him and stop the attack on the G20.
Wait. Try to figure out the controls. Corner, hold. Okay, so I can like toggle. Yeah, so I can. Okay. Whoa, okay. Grab intelligence. Oh, that's fine. Aiming is like a little sluggish. I guess there's no like crouching, I guess. Man, we got so much fucking film grain. I guess that's probably not gonna quite like
I've loaded the video loop to the Athens police camera.
show up on stream necessarily, but
Officially invisible.
Good. Continue monitoring the security of the Acropolis.
snipe him from over here. I mean, I'll reach him. Oh. Grab some ammo or something? That's fine. Whatever. I guess I have infinite ammo, so it's fine. Is it motion blur and frame rate? I'll get used to it. Press B to ladder.
Come on, there's nothing out there. We just need to wait for Greco's word, then get the job done.
Where are our escorts? They should have been here by now.
Good Daniel Craig faces.
I think they're meeting us on the way. I heard Greco.
Takedowns earn focus aims. Hold LB to use focus aims. Okay.
I want to get back to the new.
They're my smart bombs, I guess.
Still on track. Are you getting this? They're saying it's going to be historic.
Not long till
Hold LB. Okay, yeah, I guess I only have the one. Okay, so if you have a focus aim, it seems like that will let you like instantly snap to your target and lock on. Kind of interesting.
Despite the
Where's my helicopter? Where?
Who the hell are you?
Call off the attack, Greco. It's over. One man against 40. I don't think so. Guards! Deal with him!
Everyone's just firing all over the place. All right, we got some lens flares. Good animations. Very unsatisfying rate of fire on the pistol. Like you shoot really slowly.
Stop him!
Pretty good. Yeah, whipping the camera around like that is like a little bit nauseating. Yeah, okay. Highly unbothered.
Give me that!
It's a little funny how like
No! The bigger one!
Daniel Craig's model actually looks really good in this one. But like everyone who isn't an actor from the movies looks like 50% cheaper and like rubberier. Alright, good opening level. Like things are kept pretty brisk. This looks sweet.
He's still alive! Kill him!
A good quality like Bond film opening sequence. I'll just ignore them firing automatic guns directly at me. Oh. Guess I won't. Wait for the game to tell me that it's time to fire my gun. Really, I need to get close enough. Or can I only fire my pistol? Oh, okay, there we go. Good. That's good. Like, it's not annoying. I was gonna say, can I only fire my gun when I'm in a slow motion jump? But oh, just gotta get close enough. It's just like, yeah, just press a button. Bond is that good, you know. He'll just hit his target. Pretty interesting. They had like the collapsing lighthouse in the trailer, but it wasn't presented like this at all. I mean, I guess there might be more collapsing lighthouses. Wouldn't rule it out. Oh, I should have driven through the boat. I wonder if this game has like Bond moments. Clearly, when I was doing takedowns, it was like giving me some kind of achievement counter. But there could be like specific. Pretty good. Even that, like all the explosion stuff, I feel like in the trailers looked very fancy in a way that it doesn't quite here. It looks great. I mean, I have no qualms with it, but I'm still like just trying to mentally piece together how much of the trailer is like actually representative of the visual quality of the game. I mean, it could also be, of course, that like we're running things on lower fidelity here than you would on in like the PC version that they would capture for trailers and stuff too. Catch up with chat. What's up, Retro Megan? Spiritual successor. It's like I can't fucking speak. Everything or Nothing 2. You're still out on that one. That's a pretty tall order. And this is also the opening level, so I reckon this is gonna be, if there's one level in the game that's the most like high octane, super quick, fast paced, just going through cool shit, it would be this one. If every level is like this, yeah, then it's a bit like Everything or Nothing. Or, well, I shouldn't say every level, because Everything or Nothing also has great variety, but the insanity starts at 11 and it just kind of stays there for the entire game. I tried to switch. All right.
Shoot to kill.
Yeah, the pistol's a little bit questionable, but shooting otherwise feels good. Like, so far, at least level 1, enemies aren't like weirdly tanky. Okay, that's it. And interact. I was curious if I had like 2 main weapons plus the P99, but... And it's a little awkward, like the motion blur means that like, if I want to look around a room, like I have to look very slowly, otherwise it's just like literally a blur. Door? Pretty good. Of course, a little hard to distinguish enemies from just people running around, but okay, let's vault. Whatever that was. Oh yeah, I can sprint. I forgot. Thank you, tutorial. Alright guys, I still have no idea if I should be like exploring for items or something. I like the focus aim like system in general of like encouraging the use of okay, I guess this was just, oh, never mind. I was like, is this a monster closet? I like how it encourages use of melee combat and sort of like melee combat and shooting. Okay, I was just given a bunch of focus aims. Okay, I thought there were 3 guys, but that's fine. I'll just stand next to a hand grenade exploding. It's fine. I'm James Bond. Fine. Oh, I can't, can I? Oh, okay, good. You can explode a car. That was satisfying. Felt good. Didn't take 2 years to shoot it or anything. All right, so you do kind of snap onto targets a little bit, but not like you have to kind of already be. It's not gonna like let you know where an enemy is that you didn't already have a lock on, sort of like. It'll adjust your aim a little bit, so you don't have to be super exact. But I think it's just enough that it doesn't feel like it's like aiming for you. You don't rely on it to find your targets. But I will say, I thought the lock-on auto aim, whatever you want to call it, in Everything or Nothing was really awesome. Like, I kind of preferred that to this more manual aiming, like more first-person shooter-esque. I like that it sort of de-emphasized aiming over like positioning, and like there was still room for fine aiming. But like awareness
how much time do we have?
And positioning was like more important.
Assembling the heads of state for the picture.
Okay. Pretty cool. I'm not sure exactly when we learned that there was a bomb. It happened in all the excitement, but I have a bomb target reticle there, so I mean that's good enough for me. I trust the heads-up display.
That's it, Bond. You're gaining on it.
Alright, if he just crashes into a few more innocent bystanders. Oh, shit, okay. Oh, that's fine. We'll just pinball off the sides here a little bit.
Ram him, Bond. If he makes it to the Acropolis, it's over.
I'll try.
He's almost there, Bond. Take him out.
How satisfying? No need for like super fine-tuned, like you have to do this thing very precisely. Just kind of crash into him and let the cutscene take over. I think that was very well handled.
Fireworks? Did you know there were going to be fireworks?
Honestly, yes.
How did you know?
Quite honestly. Intuition. Nice to see you, 007. I was worried that you wouldn't make it in time.
Well, that makes two of us.
Well done.
Thank you.
May I get you something to drink?
Yes, I'll have a bourbon, neat.
And what can I provide for the gentleman?
I'll have...
You'll have a vodka martini.
Alright. Oh, opening credits. Fuck, put this UI shit off screen. That, like, it's so annoying to me. Transition to the opening credits, maybe a little, oh, I guess I shouldn't say clunky, but... It's pretty sick, though. Will they show credits for the game developers, though, or will it just be the actors? Developed by Bizarre Creations? Okay, that's a good start. DNA Diamonds, okay. I like this. We might get fully DMCA'd for this, I suppose. Well, whatever, we'll find out. Alright, actors. The video compression on this is atrocious, though. Okay. Oh yeah, stunt court. Oh yeah, they're gonna do the same thing. They put the credits that look like they might be movie credits, but they're not gonna put any, you know, developers, not any programmers or designers or artists in the credits. Richard Jacques, because films have composers, so we could put the game's composer in the credits. And we'll just leave the sequence completely devoid of credits. And the visuals are awesome, you know, it's a cool opening sequence. I just find it so annoying that, like, even when it's like, oh, it's part of the aesthetic that we, oh yeah, again, he's a movie guy, so he gets to have a credit. Not directed by no one in particular, programmed by no one. No one's designed anything or done any of the artwork. Like, even when it's part of the aesthetic to put a full credit sequence at the game, they just, like, refuse to put any credits of someone who actually worked on making this.
Immediate attention. Are you free to speak?
Yes, I can talk. I'm in a hotel.
Very annoying.
In a moment.
There you are.
I think Tomorrow Never Dies is still the only game that actually did that.
Biotech firm, publicly traded, City of London, military contractor.
But not just any military contractor. 2 years ago, Midhurst Laboratories signed a contract for some mission-critical biotechnology for our defense forces. That's so secret, I'm loath to discuss it even on this link.
I understand.
Good. Last week, one of their senior researchers, Malcolm Tedworth, went missing from his yacht in the English Channel. At first, the Royal Navy presumed he was dead. His boat was discovered capsized after a squall off the coast. But this morning, we received a tip that he's alive and about to sell that research to a buyer in Istanbul.
How reliable is the information?
Doubtful. An anonymous caller from a cell phone purchased at a convenience store in Madrid. The phone went dead. But soon after, the US echelon
Subtitles,
system
dude.
picked up another cell phone transmission near a construction site in downtown Istanbul, using the keywords researcher, bioweapons, and password.
It might be a trap. A setup. Any chance that it's the researcher himself? Pang of conscience, second thoughts about selling out the UK?
That's why the helicopter is landing outside your hotel. There'll be a jet waiting at the airport. And when you arrive in Istanbul, do whatever you have to, by any means necessary, to find out who's behind this. And make sure that research doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
I do kind of miss having like the proper menu screen debriefing. Like, I didn't like this in the most recent games, like the Quantum of Solace games either, where you just kind of get shuffled from scene to scene like this. I mean, it makes sense for sort of a movie-like presentation, but I prefer to have the downtime of just like a natural break and pause to sort of take everything in, and being able to sort of read the briefing before level on my own time. Like, I already feel that it's going to be difficult for me to follow the plot of this game, because it's going to be presented in these scenes where they mumble over these like highly animated graphics, and I'm just going to like zone out and not pay attention to the details. Whereas in something like the original GoldenEye, you have things are just like presented in a little more isolated fashion, where I can like take in the details and then like go into the gameplay. I kind of prefer it that way. What's up, Bangle? Yeah, I mean, the graphical style, the briefing graphics, they're identical. They're not similar. They're 100% identical to the graphics that were used in Quantum of Solace. So I don't recall if any of that is actually from the films, but it would make sense, I guess. I don't recall if the GoldenEye remake also used the same visuals. It might have. I get it would make sense if that was somehow kind of mandated from the licensor or something, if they keep using like the exact same styling in the like in multiple games, because of course the visual design of this is totally different. But yeah, like even as like fancy as those graphics look, they're like distracting. They're so highly animated. No, these games are definitely not made by the same developers. Like, the multiple Quantum of Solace games were not made by the same developers, and they had all of them had the same graphics. This game was made by Bizarre. The Quantum of Solace games were by Eurocom and Treyarch, I think, did the 361. And I don't remember offhand who did the GoldenEye game, but I think that was also a different studio. So it's not because of that. Anyway, yeah, I'm just like resigning myself to just sort of going with the flow and not being able to like not being able to be invested in the plot. Like, I don't expect to be able to follow the plot at all, because it's just going to be, I mean, part of that is of course like when there's like a cutscene, I will naturally kind of just look at chat and sort of pay less attention to the game. But I think the way it's presented also makes it easier to sort of zone out, and like, especially when it's like kind of generic stuff and there's no, I don't necessarily expect the characters to be super memorable. I don't expect the plot to be delivered with like focus or flair to make it like worth paying attention to, I guess. Which is like fine. The game can still be fun and cool, but it's just like, I'm like preemptively slightly annoyed that there's going to be stuff in the game where the characters are taking stuff very seriously and being very, like, the characters are going to be aware of stakes that I'm going to be unaware of because I'm like not capable of paying attention to it. Who knows? Find Professor Malcolm Tedworth.
Good morning, 007.
I've got little adventure bits here.
The echelon system found, and tracked it to the opening of an ancient catacomb beneath this construction site. We lost the signal when it went below ground.
Instant historical sewer levels.
Pick it up again once you get into
This is sick though. Man, look at this college campus outfit. I always enjoy when you get these little civilian exploration. Oh, that guy seems bothered by my presence. Gives a nice little contrast to the action bits. And of course, you know, you always get stuff like this in the movies, right? It's not like going from shootout to shootout. It's cool. I'm always happy to see stuff like this in the games.
You! Stop! Where do you think you're going? Dr. Bond.
British Museum, Architectural Heritage Foundation. Here to study your preservation efforts.
Nah,
You can call the Turkish Ministry of Culture.
I don't care. Nobody goes down there without a hard hat.
Of course. Safety first.
Why is it that important for Bond to not wear a hard hat?
We lost Tedworth's signal. We need to find out if he's still friendly or
How sick would it be if I had to do a full action scene wearing a hard hat? That'd be sick. Fucking Daniel Craig, just too stoic for a hard hat. His entire face just made of cement. Down to smartphone. Holy shit. Okay. Flashing lights warning. Can't read the text. Okay. When the smartphone is equipped, icons highlight objectives, enemies, things. Okay. Evidence. All right. Okay. So I have smartphone vision. Is there a door to this thing somewhere? Looks like a door. I disable this so oh, that's gonna be annoying. Get like a slight tinge of epilepsy every time you turn that on or off. Okay, warning. So annoying.
We've cloned that computer's
Impossible
hard drive
missioning
and
this.
passed it on to our analysts.
Dude, that's a
Continue searching the area.
That's a fucking mega laptop. Fucking like 24-inch screen. Okay, well, I'm not gonna bother disabling it because then we just have to flash the screen multiple times. Also, Tanner, I guess he's in the films, but I feel like he has a much bigger presence in all these games. And man, I miss Paul and Salmon. Oh, still have to turn it off to open the door. Imagine if he was in our ear this entire time. This would make the game so much more exciting.
The foreman is ready to meet you. Please wait for him in the far cabin. Come this way.
Cutscenes, subtitles only, I guess. Foreman's ready to see us, apparently. Fine by me. Yeah, the graphics are pretty elaborate. I mean, it's not the most, like, pretty beige, dusty environment, but I mean, that's appropriate.
This way, Dr. Bond.
Sure, this is not a setup of any kind. Scan for evidence while we're here.
He's trapped! Now! Quick! Stop him in the face!
Yeah, no witnesses to this, I guess, either. Alright, do we get to do some climbing here? Jump! Pretty funny the pit was like pitch black for a few seconds. I thought it was like a fucking bottomless pit, but not quite.
Be quick about it. We need more time with that British sign.
I would get like achievement counters for like 8 different types of takedowns. That's pretty good. Stealth takedowns and silence. Yeah, okay. I keep like wanting there to be a crouch, but there isn't. So I guess I should be fine to like walk around. I don't know if I need to walk slowly. Observe move. Yeah, you're like auto crouch. So I assume. Oh. Yeah. No. I don't know how close any of those people are, but full takedowns or focus aims rather. Well, I guess technically I would work towards achievements or points or whatever if I do takedowns. Does shooting explosives count as like an unnoticed takedown?
Is someone there?
No. What the? Blind fire? Yep, okay. Oh, it's not really very effective though. Okay, I wasn't sure because I didn't get like a target thing on that. Whatever. Doesn't seem like stealth is a requirement, thankfully. No, like mission fail or anything here. It wouldn't surprise me if I'm like not, yeah, like people aren't alerted very far off or anything. Oh, that's interesting. The explosion launched these tubes around, but they didn't all explode, so I can shoot one of these to explode them. I guess I'm trying to determine if this weapon is also silenced. I think that's a suppressor, so I guess so. So I can't go corner those. Slide into position. Is that an explodable generator? I guess so, yeah.
Cover me! We must stop him now! Send backup!
Take it that guy died from that? Hope so. I can't take cover here, okay. Alright. Waypoints appear on the smartphone to guide you. Do I need the smartphone? It's a little annoying, like, you have to enable the epilepsy screen in order to get, like, waypoints. I understand the kind of conceptual, like, narrative justification for it.
Bond, you've got to get into the tunnel system.
But I guess it does mean that I can refrain from using it. Right now, I was prompted to use the smartphone, but I guess that's only because it's teaching us that that's going to be a mechanic, which means that if I don't use it, it won't put icons on screen, which I guess isn't a bad thing. But in this instance, of course, like just the prompting makes it a little more overt.
Tanner, I'm headed for the catacombs.
Stoic he is. Continue to the catacombs. So yeah, it doesn't seem like. Ah, never mind. I was wrong. Do I scan? I was gonna say it doesn't look like there's a bunch of collectible stuff, but I guess there is. There's this. I was gonna say audio logs. I guess it's a text log. There was kind of stuff like this in Quantum of Solace too, and it was equally like, oh fuck me, I can't be bothered reading any of this shit. Because I think in Quantum of Solace, technically there was like gameplay hints that you could find in those things, but they didn't matter at all. And if there are things here, I'm sure they won't either. They wouldn't design a game for that to be like necessary. But it does mean that there is some amount of incentive to like look around nooks and crannies for intelligence. But honestly, I assume that the real worth of that is essentially working towards some kind of achievement I won't care about in the context of playing through this game. And I think learning from our recent experience with Space Adventure Cobra, kind of going into this with the intention to ignore that kind of stuff is likely going to result in a smoother, more enjoyable experience, focusing on advancing plot and action. I wonder if it's gonna keep telling us that we can observe enemy patterns every time we reach area where there's enemies. It's pretty funny though that he's like running around with his phone out.
Someone was in that thing. Yeah.
All right, okay, so you hold it and it'll automatically lock onto the next. Yeah, I kind of just wanted to see how the system worked. Seized, but we can just kind of ignore that. I do like that when you get close to a scannable object, it does prompt you at least, so you don't have to like wander around trying to figure out something is scannable or not. The nice gesture, I suppose. Literally, if the screen didn't flash like that, I would have no problem doing that. Like it's just the sort of noisy flashing thing that bothers me. They call me Val. Raided. Welcome, Raiders, to the return of Games Bond. We are still in the early days here of Bloodstone, and it's a pretty cool game so far. This is like the first. We did like the opening intro mission, and this is like the first real mission. I was gonna say, this looks like it's inviting a stealth takedown right here. We can refill our focus aims. So I can't like automatically switch to the next cover like that quite, but
Someone there.
nope. But yeah, I like that for the most part so far. Obviously early days still, but like there aren't like huge crowds of enemies or rain. That looks like a Bond move. Let's operate the train. Do I operate it with my phone? Nope. Oh. Okay, I have to puzzle a bit first. Train can't operate until track points are... Obviously I can explode that, but is that meant as like a distraction, or... I'm very curious to get a better sense of like how these encounters are kind of designed. I'm curious where that bullet hit him, because apparently it wasn't in the head. Because it just shot him in the throat, and he's like, oh, wait, I think there's someone there. Yeah, like, enemies die very satisfyingly quick. Do I, like, reroute tracks or... Like, I'm curious if the train is what I'm actually meant to do, or if it's, like, an alternate puzzle trick solution if I can figure something else out. I'm gonna explore this a little. Do I like shoot these things? Is that literally what that does? Surely not. Phone isn't like telling me. I'm curious if advancing here means I am missing the train. Probably not, because we have to go there. Whatever, we'll find out. I just didn't want to miss a cool puzzle solution. That's probably not what's happening here. Oh yeah, sprinting. I keep forgetting. A little oblivious. That's fine. Alright, you go investigate, buddy. Smartphone. That smartphone indicator for? Oh, it was all the way over here. Email correspondence. I get enough emails in my day-to-day. I don't need to read. I don't think. I like that also so far it's not like overly crowded with 800 enemies or anything. Feels like a good hiding spot. That's satisfying. I like the shooting so far. It's not bad at all. Like, I'm a little concerned about the potential of having to, like, do some very rapid, like, aiming and stuff, just because the kind of slightly sluggish camera and the frame rate and the motion blur and everything, but as long as that's not a big issue. There we go. Which track points? I figured that might be. Oh, it just goes, huh? Or is it just revving up? Okay, oh, okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm expecting dudes to file in. Pretty good. Okay, we got achievements for Bond moments now, I guess. Not bad. I still... Oh, okay. Heard stuttering there. I still kind of feel like I want the game to acknowledge it more explicitly, but hey, I'll take it. Dude, the fucking sprinting camera. Shaking like no tomorrow. That's kind of cool. You can sort of distract them, I guess. And then maybe run up for a takedown. Checkpoints seem pretty frequent. That's nice. Cover, please. Of course, I swapped to a weapon that I didn't have any other ammo for, but it is a little I get slightly anxious when all these explosive tanks just keep littering the area. But it's good, like it's a fun thing that you get more opportunities to blow shit up. Yeah, I think especially like in this level more so than the last one, feels pretty promising in terms of what the gunplay combat might be like.
Tanner, I'm in the catacombs. See if you can patch me into Tedworth's signal.
Got it. Bring up your phone and it will give you Tedworth's position. Should lead you right
Fucking
to it.
phone though, it's just gonna be the whole game, isn't it? That is like shaky and blurry and I don't know. It's funny, this just reminds me of the... Was it Venice? I forget what... There was the one level in Quantum of Solace that also had the little, like the opening level there, I think, with the... kind of similar catacomb tunnel type situation. Okay, I see. I see. I was like kind of wondering what that noise was, but... Okay, good. Bond stunts, cool set piece. This is sick. A to drop, I see. Oh, okay. Fucking cardigan too. Okay, A to drop. I have the prompt. I'm mashing A. B to jump. This is actually not too dissimilar from the kind of rooftop jumping stuff that was also in I think, was it like Seville? Whatever, it's like Spain, or it was somewhere in continental Europe. We had the catacombs leading up to the rooftop jumping, and it also had those like kind of context-bound cinematic rooftop jumping, which I thought was well done, and I think this was even better. Yeah, Val, Quantum of Solace was 2008, this is 2010, so this is like the next game, essentially, after that. Yeah, that was a cool sequence.
Nothing I can see. But I wouldn't expect
99.
there to be much left of him.
Understood. Stay and keep watch.
Copy that.
Get it. Down out of it. Smashing X. I guess I need to like lock onto cover there to get a stealth takedown or whatever, but I'll take a loud takedown, sure, why not? History of Istanbul dig site, I'm alright. Like, I guess I don't get to like swap pistol. Well, I guess maybe these guys all have the same pistol or whatever, and eventually there's going to be other pistols that we can actually swap to. I swapped the pistol just in case I want to use stealth. I guess it's probably a good thing that the game doesn't have a crouch button or like slow walking. I don't know to what extent you can kind of make noise and make yourself heard by not trying to walk slowly and quietly. But if that is less of a factor, so that you can actually kind of move around more freely, even as you approach for stealth, as long as you kind of get used to it, I mean, obviously that means that there's going to be less slowing things down for the sake of being sneaky, which seems like it would be quite convenient. Yeah, everything or nothing is just like insane. Maximum craziness from beginning to end. See, I'm like jogging through water, and apparently that's like, you know, not enough to alert people. That was, but you know, I guess at this point I might as well switch weapons. He hadn't noticed me. Well, that's kind of cool. I shot him right as he was jumping over. So the yellow arrows indicate where other people are that are like kind of aware of me, I guess. Red, or the yellow arrow might mean that they're kind of onto me, but maybe don't know exactly where I am or something. Oh, hello. I'm mashing X. I guess he's dead. Okay. It seems like you are quite vulnerable too, though, which is not a bad thing. I mean, I'll take that if it means that enemies aren't tanky. My god. Except for when I shoot them in the face and they just like get a little stunned. Okay. Shit still feels good. The sound design is good too. Walking around with full focus aims, you might as well use it. It's already a pretty fun system. Seems like there's gonna be corners too. Go hunt for collectibles in. I guess focus aim shot also is like a means of preserving ammo, if that's gonna be a factor. Yeah, I really enjoy that these like exchanges are really quick. Nothing feels too tedious or drawn out. So far, anyway. Dressed like Ned Flanders. I mean, he's got his history professor cardigan. Whatever. I guess this is not... Well, whatever. Close enough. I keep pressing like A or B, expecting him to go into a crouch. And then he doesn't. Confused. Getting into position. And also like the fact that each sort of encounter is isolated, so even if you sort of fuck up the stealth, you know, it doesn't sort of it's sort of reset by the time you get to the next room anyway. So you can kind of messing up one encounter doesn't sort of lock you into not being able to do things well for the rest of the level or anything. That's pretty satisfying too, just sprinting up to someone and knocking them out before they kind of notice you. Okay, found a prisoner here. I just saw the subtitles.
Here, this way.
Who are you? Who did this to you?
Bernin. His name is Bernin. He wanted my research. My formulas. For bioweapons.
We've got to get you out of here.
I'll never make it. The only way is to climb out. But it's not too late. Maybe you can still save Tedworth.
Right, okay. I'll just leave it in here then. So I guess I wonder if you could have just missed or ignored this guy, or maybe this was some kind of progression trigger. Weird to see EA and Activision have Bond licenses in this era. What did EA put out? I mean, I guess maybe they were involved in some of the mobile stuff. But otherwise, all this stuff was like, I think, yeah, Rogue Agent, I guess, was the last EA console game. It's been a while, so I don't remember. I can't be bothered bringing up the list. Actually, I guess I have the spreadsheet over here. Oh, that's right. From Russia with Love was after Rogue Agent, and that was like the last EA one. Yeah, so that was 2005. So EA did games from like 99 to 2005, and then Activision. There was like, looking at the list, there's like a few mobile games in between that were from Sony. But yeah, so EA did the stuff from Tomorrow Never Dies, which was 99. Basically, post GoldenEye, all the Brosnan stuff. Because Nintendo published GoldenEye and the Game Boy game. And then EA's tenure lasted basically from 99 to 2005. And then Activision, I guess the first Activision game was it the first Quantum of Solace, I guess? Yeah. Well, I guess they all came out around the same time in 2008. And Activision put out the Quantum of Solace games, this game, and its handheld counterpart. And I assume 007 Legends? Yeah. Yeah, and the GoldenEye remake stuff as well. So they didn't, EA and Activision are like two wholly separate eras. Oh yeah, rip this guy. Fine. No jogging. We're solemnly mourning this guy I just met. Door's locked. All right. He said you need to climb or something, so I guess we need to do some climbing. Maybe I climbed from within this guy's cell. Like you had to go here to figure out that you need to go up. Let me see if I can figure this out without smartphoning it in. Press B to climb. Okay. Have to grab a ledge, and he's like, yeah. I mean, I guess that's quite a daring leap there, but I like how the guy's like, yeah, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna die here in my cell. I'm not gonna... I try to sprint up to jump, but... Whoa! Okay, shit. That's not the direction I thought I was jumping in. Okay. I mean, I guess that was a closed door, so that makes sense. I mean, I could have also just... maybe open this. Well, whatever. I mean, fuck Remy. We don't need him anyway. Ice cold Daniel Craig. Doesn't give a fuck. Very good looking Daniel Craig character model, though. Oh, shadow. Like, are we fighting fucking golems or some shit? It's like, oh no. A big shadow on the wall. Pretty sick if we fought some giant golems, though. You know, maybe we could just drink a werewolf potion, power up a little bit. I hope First Light has a werewolf potion. I mean, I'm not expecting much, but, you know, it'd be pretty cool. Trying to vault. Can I?
Come in.
Okay, that looked a little funny, but that's fine.
Do you read? Over.
Still nothing from topside or the tunnel patrols.
Yeah, it looks like the cells have gone quiet.
Might just be the rock disrupting comms.
Maybe, but I don't think so.
Well,
something's there.
Nope, never mind. Okay. I wasn't able to, like, aim for the thing without, like, just stepping out and being visible, but it still took, like, 2 seconds for the guy to, like, notice what he was looking at, I guess. So that's pretty good. Like, I like that the game's generous with those kinds of things. It's always annoying in games when there's, like, a stealth element or, you know, enemies, like, being aware of you. Okay, fine. We'll just do it this way, I guess. And whenever they just, like, notice you unreasonably quickly, just, like, impossibly instant discovery, like, it just feels bad. Like, surely that guy on some sort of suspended platform. Well, I guess it's maybe not that loosely suspended. I thought I could, like, shoot something to make it drop down, but I guess we're probably gonna have to navigate those platforms ourselves later on, so maybe not. I don't really want to shoot that thing because it's, like, right in front of me. Something exploded. Oh, this is pretty sick. Yeah, I like that my aim isn't, like, total garbage because it's, like, 50 feet away. But I can vault. Oh, I guess I can vault down here. Let's stay. Keep the high ground. Sure where the other guy was, but so I guess if you tap the button to, like, switch covers, if I press a direction while he's doing that little jog across, ouch, you can just sort of take manual control, which is good, but it can make you, like, lock or what's the word? Like, it can make you sort of exit cover when you don't necessarily mean to. What the hell happened with the camera there? That was really confusing. I guess the camera just, like, snapped into my, like, Bond's facing direction, but I wasn't ready for that, so it just, like, shifted 90 degrees with complete motion blur, so I didn't even really couldn't tell how the camera was moving. Oh, I'm pretty sure we're going up here. Need a ladder. Need launcher. And a corpse here, maybe? No. I guess that was an enemy corpse, not worth scanning. Some scannable piece of data here. Up here, I guess. Clearly someone's left. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe this was... Maybe I just did some accidental progress. That way. Yeah, like the hive mind stuff, as you mentioned, can be annoying too. Like, it kind of depends on how it works, but in a lot of cases, yeah, it's... like, obviously, it's not real. Everything is smoke and mirrors, and things are going to be cheated in your favor and in their favor in different ways. And it's not necessarily the case where, like, if it's noticeable at all, it completely breaks the illusion and is therefore bad. But if the illusion is kind of broken in a way that feels unfair, like that can be really, it can feel really kind of abrasive and annoying. Like you would think that cheating, so to speak, like should always be in favor of realizing the kind of fantasy. I remember like the first time I played GTA 3, I was like really disappointed with how like police chases worked, because there's no sense of like outrunning like there is this sort of hive mind awareness that the kind of police force or like the universe has over you as a player, and it's very mechanical. Like if you're out of line of sight, like some kind of timer is going to go down, and at some point that means you lose a star or whatever. So like it was this thing where if you have 1 or 2 stars, nothing matters. You turn a corner and stay there for 2 seconds and everyone's just gonna give up and they don't give a shit. But if you have 3 stars, that stuff doesn't go down by itself at all. So it doesn't matter if you hide somewhere where you're totally unseen. It just like nothing will matter. And whenever you are being chased, sort of police cars would spawn in, and it doesn't matter what car you drive, they can always outpace you. Like there was no sense of actually out driving the person who is chasing you, because you're not being chased by individual cars, you're being chased by like a omniscient system observing you until it just decides to fuck off. And I felt like that didn't, I've never enjoyed how that system works because of that. It doesn't feel cool to escape the cops. And I think stuff like that can be really annoying in that way, where it's like yeah, like you said, I think hive mind is a great word for it. Like there's just someone is alerted and another dude in a different room will instantly like turn 180 degree, get you in his sights, fire his gun, and like it some other guy gets killed or a noise is heard or like whatever it is, and it's not even like, that's the worst part, when it's like, it's one thing if you make a noise and someone is like changed to their kind of active state because of it, but when something happens that wouldn't logically be noticeable to the other person, and it still triggers their behavior, and on top of that they like have inhuman reactions to do something, like yeah, that shit is very, like, it's not even necessarily annoying because it's unfair or like difficult. Usually I find it annoying because it like just doesn't feel cool, doesn't. Whoa. So is that to jump across or jump up? Probably across. It makes the experience not as cool as you would want it to be, basically. Like I'm strafing around over there. And I mean, obviously it's gonna more likely be frustrating and unfun when it's stuff that's like not in your favor. But sometimes it's more about the overall kind of vibe and how the situation feels like it's playing out versus how it feels like it should be playing out. Use Deluxe and Raiders, welcome. Happy Friday, everyone. You guys. Ouch! That's a grenade. There's someone over there, I guess. I hope you had a chill time over here. And, over there, rather. I can't speak. We're having a largely chill time over here. This game's pretty cool so far. So I hope you enjoy a little bit of Bond gaming. There's some Bond while you pass out. That sounds like I was gonna say an excellent way to spend your Friday. I guess it's very late Thursday night for you. But happy Friday nonetheless. Ouch, I'm hurt. Little achievement counters are, I don't know. I'd be okay with not having them on screen every single time. Yeah, for sure, Val. Of course, like if it's literally an obstacle to enjoying the main thing you're doing in a game, that can be pretty bad. So I didn't want to pick up the grenade launcher because it feels a little awkward to only have the grenade launcher and my shitty pistol. But I guess we'll try it out. I guess we have one grenade. Because I can't swap the pistol for this, right? Actually, let's find out. No. You know what? Yeah, we'll stick to this, because I might be in a spot where I fire off my one grenade, and then... like... gonna be a little awkward. Well, maybe we'd have two. Okay, let's try the grenade launcher, so we can have tried it. It's not gonna be... not gonna screw us over to the point where we can't progress or anything. So I have like one extra grenade. Although I guess we should probably equip the pistol. We don't want to like blind fire grenades at short range.
Tanner, what do we have on a man named Burnin?
Hold on, I'm doing the search. Here it is. Burnin.
Oh, I got some rest fusing, and thanks for the raid.
If he's got Tedworth's research, he probably won't be holding onto it for long.
Like a shootout room, if ever I've seen one. The fucking camera shake when you're sprinting or melee just cracks me up. Like, so exaggerated. Spooky atmosphere. My controller's vibrating like crazy. Oh. Okay.
What is the password for the USB drive? Tell me the key to crack the code! Stop! Stop! I'll tell you.
Thank you.
Good timing.
Kill him! Let's get out of here!
It's funny that the gunshot sounds in the cutscene sound really like limp. But during gameplay, the sound design is actually really,
Let's go.
really good.
I'm late for the handoff.
Dude, look at the face on that thug. That guy, the henchman. Guy's a real henchman face. Driving? Okay, cool. There's a car? Sure, let's do it. Conveniently parked James Bond car right there. Okay, cool. Rolling start. I like it.
Tedworth's dead. Burnin's on the move. You have him on
Delta brake. Where's my handbrake? Is that A?
Tracking him. Let us know if you lose visual contact.
Will do.
Tutorial, please. This is sick, though. Beat to handbrake. Oh my Jesus Christ! It's not a drift button, that's for sure. I tried to... I guess they're a fucking horror game developer, so the driving's gonna be all realistic and shit instead of being fun and easy. Okay, let's try again. I tried to press the handbrake button and my car just fucking stopped.
Tedworth's dead. Burnin's on the move. You have him
Oh my, how do you fucking turn? Wrong way. Yeah, thanks. I know.
Will do.
Dude, this car fucking sucks. I'm trying my fucking damnedest to turn the car. I'm like trying every combination I can think of like tapping or holding the different brake buttons while steering as hard as I can. And it's like not producing great results. So that's a little annoying. It's a cool environment though. I get like a square mile of empty room to do my handbrake turn in. It's pretty cool. And then I fucking bounced. Oh my god. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about 3 minutes ago. Even it's a different type of mechanic where the game isn't like cheating in order to like put you in the position or like give you the experience that, you know, to have things play out the way you would want them to play out. To me, someone who knows fuck all about driving and have no interest in like realistic car handling or driving mechanics or anything of the sort, For me, it's purely frustration when I try to do a sick James Bond car action scene, and anytime I try to do a sick like e-brake turn, I like crash into a wall, get turned around, and look like a fucking idiot. Which isn't to say that like, oh, the game shouldn't allow for failure, but it doesn't feel, I mean, I'm sure it's not like fully realistic. I mean, obviously I crash into stuff and I don't fucking die. But it's not, you know, Outrun 2, and it's not Everything or Nothing either. You know, I feel like they could have leaned a lot further in the direction of like, fuck it, let's make it nice and smooth and friction free to do cool shit. Handling like one of those driving games that expect you to properly brake for turns. Yeah, exactly. Like handling like a game that expects me to know the first thing about how fucking cars work, which I don't. I know how video games work some of the time. If I'm playing a James Bond game, I expect the handbrake button to be the drift button and like do the sick turns button. And it's like, I guess it's a button I use to do that, but it's not a button I press and then that happens. Like, button I press when the stars are aligned just right, and maybe if I'm lucky that can happen, but I don't know what I'm doing right or wrong. It's a little annoying. We'll try again. I mean, I'll take this over the fucking impossible car shit in Nightfire, where you have to like fire homing missiles at 5,000 enemies who destroy you. Like when you have driving missions, see that, like that doesn't feel good. I'd rather the driving be difficult in a driving mission than like surviving enemies, or like in fucking 007 Racing, a game that I largely did enjoy. The one level that gave me like a lifetime of trouble is where you have to fight two fucking invincible forklifts, and it's just like, it feels stupid, and it's just a massive difficulty spike in a way that isn't fun or cool. And I mean, it's not like this has been, I'm getting stuck on this either, you know? It's just disappointing that it feels like it's not, like, this shit is awesome. Okay, is that it for the car? Back to running and shooting? Yeah, I guess so. That was still an awesome sequence. I'm just frustrated that compared to like the shooting and aiming, we're not being put in this like situation where if my aim isn't really fucking good, I can't like get through a shootout encounter. When I have to do some jumping and climbing to escape the giant drill, that was also like pretty straightforward. But as soon as we're put behind the wheel of a car, I have to like
make sure he's dead. I'm going to make the handoff.
The demands that are being put on me, like what's being asked of me as a player, to me feels like it's suddenly elevated, like
Bond, can you hear me?
Hugely.
Come in, 007.
And that doesn't feel great. Like, it was just a little bit of a shock, I guess, because when we did the first driving level, like, that felt great, because we didn't, like, it didn't make those demands. But then now I have to do these turns, and they're, like, way more difficult and more, like, precise than I was expecting based on the overall experience of the game. So I'm trying to use cover. Like, it just really caught me off guard. Blind firing is a bit shit, I guess. I mean, which is fair enough, but... Yeah, I agree, Zalathar, for sure. Like, I've talked about this, I feel like, countless times, but how the escape sequence... Let's see if shotguns are awesome or shit in this game. It's usually one or the other. Shotguns work at more than like 2 yards, so that's a great first sign. Sound design's pretty sick too. The final escape sequence in the original Halo, I didn't like Halo all that much, but I thought that was a cool sequence until I failed at the very end and had to redo it like 3 times, and I just felt like it took the wind completely out of my sails. Like, it was just not cool anymore at that point. And when I finished it, it wasn't a feeling of elation or triumph or success or excitement. It was purely a feeling of relief. Like, thank fuck I don't have to do that again. And it's like, instead of making a chase that is actually dangerous and it's like super risky and you're at the verge of death constantly, they just need to narratively and like atmospherically give you the feeling of being in peril. And if you then, as long as you feel like you're in peril and you complete it first try, then you would feel really triumphant. And if you then go back and like try to go backwards and like try to poke at it to see, like, to deliberately try to break that illusion, that's, I feel like that's on you. If you do that and you feel like, oh, okay, I'm not in danger, then, like, you know, you did that to yourself. I think it's fine to, like, I expect, I guess, at least in most types of games that have this kind of like roller coaster kind of feel to them, like, it's a little bit of a cooperation between you and the game. Like, you want the game to present a certain kind of fantasy, and you will, you know, play along with what the scenario is being presented in, you know, what it's supposed to be. There, I feel like there is this kind of unwritten contract between you and the game of, like, this is the situation here, right? Like, this is the scene, this is the fantasy, this is the experience. And when the game does stuff to break that, it feels frustrating. But if you deliberately do things, like, I think it's fine for you to be able to do that, but you kind of relinquish your right to complain about how it doesn't feel right if you don't play along. So I think having that, like, of course, in some games, that, like, level of challenge, like, is a big part of the point. So I'm not saying every game, like, the point isn't about friction or difficulty being good or bad. It's about, like, how friction and difficulty can create engagement, but it can also be bad for engagement if it, like, doesn't contribute to kind of the right feel of that moment. And generally, like, having to redo stuff multiple times if it's supposed to be, like, sometimes I can find that really, like, I like the boss fights in the Cobra game. I didn't mind redoing those because it was a fun challenge to pick at and figure out the patterns. Those boss fights wouldn't have been more fun if I could complete them first try. In fact, Hammerbolt Joe in the bonus level was like the easiest boss fight, and I'm not sure if I did everything first try. I probably took 1 or 2 deaths, but, like, that was, like, by far the least fun or engaging boss fight. And the boss fights that took more attempts, I mean, with some exceptions, because sometimes it was about, like, being a little tedious. Okay. Oh, okay, that's a guy, not a thing. I want to see if I could cause some wanton destruction. I guess not. You know, there could be, like, waiting times or a bit of tedium to some of it, but broadly speaking, like, that's a scenario where having to overcome a challenge over multiple attempts can make it feel exciting. Whereas if it's, like, for example, that sort of final chase sequence and escaping, it doesn't become more exciting when you see the sequence 5 times before you get the payoff, you know? Something to be scanned. So I feel like the driving stuff there was just a little bit... I mean, maybe the car... You know, the cars have all different handling, and this one is just not as good at making those wild turns. But it still contributed to that feeling... Like, that sequence not feeling as good as I would have liked. Kick wooden support. Let's do it. Yeah, alright. We're gonna climb that. Let's just see... Okay, well, nope. I guess there's nothing. I have played Space Marine. I've actually played it on stream, but yeah, I think that was literally 10 years ago. I don't really remember a lot of specifics. I'm not worried about having anything spoiled, even if I hadn't played it, really. I still do want to play Space Marine 2. That game seems cool, but I don't buy a lot of new games because it's expensive. And I'll be just as excited to play that in 3 years. So I'll get to that at some point or another. Yeah, I think this game looks good, and I think it's the sort of lighting and cinematography and whatnot, like even if we're in this brown and dusty environment, still has more visual appeal to it, I think. Like, I thought it was interesting when we played the Quantum of Solace games, where I felt like the PS2 game looked better than the 360 game. Because the 360 game had, like, 360 era tech, realistic graphics. Whereas the PS2 game, of course, you know, had PS2 graphics. And it had to use kind of slightly different means of delivering a kind of high-fidelity, realistic-ish visual look. I wouldn't say that I think this is particularly more, like, stylized than Quantum of Solace was. But I do think it's more interesting to look at. And levels. I mean, it's a better game. Straight up, so far at least. The levels are more interesting for sure. Oh my god. I was expecting to... Well, I'll just let him walk up. That works. Look, you're not getting the upper hand on James Bond walking around a corner. That's just foolish behavior. And this amber lamps or armored vehicle or whatever it is. I don't really care, honestly. Ammo for this. Last phase of the final boss is a QTE. See, I don't have a problem with that at all. Like, if that's... I mean, it depends on the game and what boss fights are like. In general, of course. Okay, so I guess that's where I'm going, but was there nothing up here? Like, that can be an excellent way of having... Like, the Quantum of Solace had a few, like, QTE fights. Speaking of... That, like, allowed them a little bit of cinematic flair to some of the fight. I mean, they could be, like, kind of annoying or weird, of course, but... I don't think QTEs are, like, in and of themselves a bad thing. They can be wielded for good or for ill. I think they became, like, very ubiquitous at a point in time where they were also, in many games, implemented very poorly. And that's obviously not a good combination. I'm not saying it was awesome in that game, of course. I don't remember it at all, but like, even hearing about it sort of devoid of context or, you know, on paper, so to speak. My instant reaction isn't like, oh, that's stupid. I'm like, huh, I wonder what that was like then. But yeah, again, I certainly don't remember. Hold on. Stop the handover. I'm like trying to remember what we're even doing here. Fine. Yeah, Ninja Blade, I do remember really liking that game. I played that on stream as well around that same time. I'm pretty sure I streamed that, at least. Basically, ever since Dark Souls, I've been like, man, I hope From Software's next game is Ninja Blade 2. Increasingly, not jokingly, I still... If they did announce Ninja Blade 2, I'd be extremely excited. But increasingly facetiously, I guess I would say. I never thought it would be the case, but it's less and less likely the case every year that passes. But yeah, that game like had the whole thing of like there's QTEs constantly, and like all the QTEs have like they don't have a fail state basically. If you fuck it up, there's like a rewind button and you just like do it again. Yeah, that guy was like facing to the left, so I wasn't sure if he was an enemy. Oh boy. Yeah. And we're salvaging this as we speak. Do the fucking camera shake. Alright, Bond's pretty good. He made it through that alive. See, the fact that you can, like, just take out enemies like that, that's really fucking satisfying. The shooting in this game is very enjoyable. Wanted ammo. Alright. I need to improve my aim. Air is a little lacking in, shooting shit to drop it on stuff or whatever. I guess that guy's invincible. Yeah, just making sure. But yeah, I mean, like, the Ninja Blade, as I can remember it, again, it's been about a decade. Like, it wasn't exactly like the QTE stuff was like a highlight.
Take him down. I'm making the exchange.
Third place is top. I remember it being like kind of tedious and annoying, but not like because it was still quite forgiving for what it was. Like, it wasn't that big of a nuisance, but it also kind of made it feel a bit pointless when it didn't even, like, what's the point of putting this thing here where I need to press a button if it doesn't actually even matter if I succeed or not. Yeah, my biggest issue with this, I think, is like some of the camera stuff. I was a little anxious at the beginning because of the 30 FPS frame rate. Obviously, it would feel better at 60. But
I want a name.
Feels pretty alright still.
Who are you working for?
Never.
Let's try that again. Who is it? Who hired you? Give me the name.
Pomerov. Stefan Pomerov.
And where's he taking those papers?
I don't know. I've told you everything I know. Please.
Good sound effect.
Please, let me go. I'm no good to you anymore.
You got that right.
Stoic, stone cold executioner James Bond.
What is it, 007?
That was cool. I enjoyed that. Again, I wish I could just pause. Well, I mean, technically, I guess I can pause. That's a good new addition. That wasn't the case before. But the fact that we're just like getting launched into there's like no moment to breathe and take in and see like a score tally and be like, oh, that was satisfaction, and then kick into the cutscene to get the briefing for the next thing. You're just like so restlessly being thrown into the next thing, which I like. I mean, that's of course exacerbated by the fact that I'm streaming and everything. But even without it, like I feel like it's not a annoyance as a streamer. I think it's an annoyance as like how I'm playing the game. or like how I like to enjoy games in general, I guess. But anyway, I have paused now so I can catch up with chat for a moment. It also seems like a pretty decent title despite being a licensed titles. 360 licensed titles have less likable reputation than PS2 era stuff. I mean, I can't say that you are wrong in that you are misrepresenting a generally held perception, sort of. But I do take issue with not your comment, but with the general sentiment that like licensed games are bad. Obviously, there is no shortage of stuff that's just done on a budget, stuff that's done to rush a deadline, or stuff that's just like very cynically using a brand to try to sell copies of something that would have been, you know, very mediocre and not much appeal otherwise. But I think there is a specific kind of appeal to anything that's based on an existing property, because you have the sort of built-in world and characters that you get to appreciate, and you get to sort of see how the developers took that on and like what they did with it and everything. And it isn't that I think licensed games are always good, but I think I'm not convinced that the average quality of a game, like the perception that if something is based on an existing property, then you should expect it to be worse than if it was not. Like, I think that is just, I mean, it's not something I've scienced too deeply or anything, but my instinct based on how many of these games I've played and how many non-licensed IP games I've played is that I don't think that being based on a licensed IP makes it more likely to be bad. You know, people like to bring up like NES games or Super Nintendo games and whatever, and it's like, yeah, okay, sure, a lot of those are highly mediocre, you know, like NES movie games or whatever. But how many NES games that aren't based on a movie are mediocre? Like, there's no shortage of those either, right? I mean, I get the kind of emotional response of, like, especially as a young child, like you see this thing you recognize and you get very excited for it, and it doesn't live up to your expectation, you know, and maybe you don't feel that way about something that you don't have a pre-existing connection to. That makes perfect sense in terms of like the psychology of it. But I think people latch onto those kind of childhood notions and kind of perpetuate that belief despite it not necessarily being that anchored in reality. And I would almost say, as far as your comment of like people being kinder to PS2 licensed games than 360 ones, I wonder if that's like an age or generational thing where people have attachment to PS2 games they played as a child, and then licensed 360 games when they were like a teenager or young adult don't have that same nostalgic shimmer or something. That's 100% speculative on my part. I don't know. But I don't know that I have that perception. Like, I don't know in my life, sort of, I don't think, like, if anything, my perception is that, like, by the PS2 Xbox sort of era, people had already kind of dismissed those kinds of things, or I more associated with like kids games, because I feel like they were more like stuff based. I mean, you got movie games and everything, but they were, I feel like when I think of licensed stuff for PS2, obviously you do have like Bond things, and there's a couple of like Batman and whatever stuff, like Spider-Man movie games and whatever. But I for some reason I think more of like Shrek or like kids stuff, like stuff that I wouldn't be really aware of because I didn't watch kids movies. Whereas by 360, like movie tie-in games, at least like a new movie is coming out, here's the game for that movie, around 2010, around the time of this game, is right where those kinds of things were in its last dying breaths. So that was just like not really an ongoing thing, really. So I don't know. But in general, like, as far as the Bond games go, like, they have broadly been good. Like, there's a few real stinkers, but anything that had like a, like in the 3D kind of era, GoldenEye and beyond, I think the Quantum of Solace, like, 360 game feels quite mediocre. It's like a kind of a weird game, but especially towards the end of it, like it got pretty cool. It was lacking in interesting set piece type stuff, but the shooting felt good, and it wasn't too bad a time. Like, it was kind of average, but it wasn't bad. GoldenEye game is like kind of iffy, but it's got its bright moments for sure. Rogue Agent is really the one that's like super terrible, but otherwise they've all been like pretty decent. So yeah, I don't know. I think for sure, like, the expectation, it was kind of the same thing going through all the Batman games. There were a few bad ones, but for the most part, you could go in with a reasonable expectation that stuff's going to be pretty all right. Yeah, Val, saying that Wolverine's better than the movie is not a very hot take. I have that game. I have the PS3 version of it. Like, that's a game I wanted to get for a very long time, and I was able to buy a copy of it from a coworker. So I'm like glad to have it, even though I'm sure the PS3 version is easily the worst version to play. I think that might also have had a PC version, which is obviously the thing. I mean, assuming that it's a halfway competent PC port, which I think by that time you could probably expect. Obviously, the performance and everything is going to be shit on a PS3, but yeah, I never played that game, and people always talked it up, so I definitely do want to play that at some point. But in a lot of cases, like, I have a fascination for movie games, so it's not that often nowadays that I get to like browse for used PS3 or 360 games or whatever. But when I did, and if I do, I'm always excited to like pick something like that up. Like, some of the last games I remember picking up was Jumper, a Griffin's Story, or whatever it's called. Like, that's a movie I feel like no one gave a shit about. I haven't seen it, but it's like, dude, it's a fucking movie license game from like 2011 or something. Like, that's exciting. I have the Beowulf game. Like, I've picked up a bunch of those games for movies I haven't even watched, just because I enjoy the fact that it's a movie game. Thanks for the follow, by the way. So yeah, and there's like a million of those on PS2 and original Xbox, I'm sure, as well, that I haven't played. I feel like there's a bit of an AVGN effect. For sure, Rickwood. Like, there's a lot of that. Like, obviously, he kind of became the go-to example, the sort of poster child for people regurgitating others' opinions instead of forming their own. But that's not like his fault, you know. So I don't hold that against him. But I think it's, I mean, for good or bad, I think it's, you have certain games that become sort of canonized as great games. I have no problem with that. But when people sort of regurgitate those opinions too without like experiencing the games, I mean, it's less of an issue, it's less common, but I would appreciate people earnestly expressing their opinion and their, you know, feelings towards something, and if they like something, liking it because of their own experience as opposed to, you know, someone else's. But of course, like, it's more common for people to sort of loudly and entertainingly dunk on stuff, and for those kinds of, you know, people, it makes sense. It's not surprising that people would sooner seek out media entertainingly insulting something, a game in this case, than seeking out that game itself. Like, if the first thing they hear about a game is that it's bad, most people's instinct isn't going to be, oh, I should play it then. So like, I understand it, but I think it's unfortunate, especially when like with AVGN specifically, it's of course a thing where even if some of it is based on James Rolfe's personal experiences and opinions, like, it's still a character, it's still fiction, essentially, right? And people don't really treat it that way. People treat it as like very honestly held opinions, and that like these games are worthy of mocking, and it becomes like this sort of not self-perpetuating necessarily, but like self-evident. People take it as self-evident that these games are bad and they should feel bad. So it becomes like the communal experience around a piece of media becomes to like, you know, share in that feeling of mockery and like bonding over how enjoyable it is to declare this thing as bad. And like, that's not good. You know, I don't hesitate to dunk on shit that I think is bad. It's not necessarily the idea of like, no, you can't say mean things to stuff. Like, I just feel like it's unfortunate that a lot of that comes bundled with a kind of turning off of the brain and just like being so entertained by someone declaring something bad that you kind of get excited to be part of that and declaring that thing bad despite having no firsthand experience with it. And I think it ties into a kind of chronic like lack of curiosity, where people are more interested in joining in on like good or bad, but like people are just like less interested in experiencing something for themselves for the purposes of forming their own opinion. Street Fighter 2010. Yeah, I mean, you get a lot of that, right? Where the prevailing sort of sentiment around a thing is based on a very narrow, very specific interpretation of it. Like, that game is super difficult. I don't doubt that many people who would give it a shot would just like be really turned off by it and not necessarily like it. But it's a good example of something that you could easily walk away from that with a negative impression. And it's a game that, like, you know, it didn't exactly have a strong positive reputation until AVGN came along to like take it down a few pegs or whatever. Like, that sort of thing would have been the most, or a lot of people's first exposure to it. But that's a good example too, because it's kind of what I mean. Like, I don't think he's in the wrong for creating that kind of content and like happening to be popular. So that happens to be like the perspective that proliferates. But it is unfortunate when it becomes like the singular kind of view that it's held around certain things. Like, and I think it's really unfortunate when like there's this like another component to that whole equation, I think, is especially when we're talking about older games, when there's this idea that like people go into old games with an expectation of it being archaic and it being obsolete. I mean, especially when people go in like, all right, let's find some shit to make fun of here, you know. I try to always go into playing games I haven't played before with a very different mindset of like, let's find cool shit, like let's see if there's something interesting about this. I think like that's much more I would much rather look for fun and good things than try to look for bad things to make fun of. I mean, I've dunked on Kusagrande like so many times because of this, right? Where obviously there's like the little bit of contention where like the whole concept of that and the name and everything is about like, hey, let's compete in bad games. And like, as that has been going on for however many years, they have to increasingly stretch the definition of bad games. And I understand that it's like, it's just kind of the branding, like they play weird stuff that people aren't necessarily familiar with. And it's not necessarily like a game being featured on Kusagrande is not to be taken as someone's judgment of that as a bad game, but you get that kind of association. But more to the point, what I can be sort of frustrated with is when I should pause the timer, by the way, because I'm going to take a break after this anyway. Let's pause before I forget. That's like 10 minutes of ranting, but that's fine. What I take issue with is when I watch Kusagrande, sometimes you have like people on commentary who don't know the game, and they're so like primed to make fun of things being bad that like the moment something happens, before there's any explanation for anything, like people are just like so trigger happy to react to things with like, oh my god, I can't believe this shit is like, this is so stupid, this is thing, like, wow, what were they thinking? And sometimes it can be like, either you have like one person on commentary who doesn't know the game and they're like overly eager to make fun of things, and the other person who knows the game has to be like, oh no, this actually makes sense, this is actually a good thing, or whatever. Or, you know, the game isn't being given the opportunity to sort of explain itself before, you know, someone has a very incomplete picture of something and their go-to reaction is like, well, that's stupid, instead of being like giving, like, there's no benefit of the doubt given to these games, because the framing of everything is like, oh, he's gonna see some real shit on this stream tonight. Like, and I think that's just a kind of tiresome perspective, like an or attitude to have. Like, I would much rather foster a more curious and positive attitude towards things of like, all right, let's see if there's something cool and fun here. So like, it's not just even, I would say, going in with an open mind, Mr. Tomcat. Like, of course, that's part of it. But I would say, like, for me at least, it stretches further, where I want to like things and I want to find things like, even in stuff that sucks, I'm on the lookout for bits and pieces of things that are positive or that are interesting. And I think it's like, it's so much more, it's so much more fun and interesting to play old games if you go in with that attitude, in my opinion. But I think it can be, I think I mentioned this in your Discord, McCall, like, or in your chat too, probably, actually. And it comes with popularity. Like, you have a lot of viewers, and I've seen a lot of people that are very eager to kind of parrot your opinions, no pun intended, where like people are so primed to, I don't know if it's a matter of like, someone watches a streamer they really like, so they want to like associate with them, so they want to like repeat their opinions, even though, like, I'm sure it's very subconscious, or if it's just like, I don't know, I don't even know what it is, but I feel like you see it, like, I don't feel like I see it a lot here, although it happens, I've definitely had people who, I play a game and people comment in chat that like the game sucks, and I'm like, well, that's weird that you think the game sucks. I'm playing it and I don't think it sucked. Like, I mean, I'm sure you can watch it and feel like you wouldn't enjoy playing it, but like, people react in chat as though like, it's weird for me when people are watching me play and I am having a, maybe not a great time, but it's like, I'm probably even talking about the game as I'm playing it, and like, oh, it's interesting and I'm enjoying this or that, and someone in chat's, oh, this is a piece of shit. And it's like, dude, I'm the one playing it. It's weird for you to have such a strong opinion. Like, that's a weird thing. So, I mean, that happens. But it's more like the thing I'm talking about, which I don't think I've experienced as much, is when like, it became a very clear thing right now, currently, because McCall was playing the Cobra game as well, which we finished recently, and Shinobi Art of Vengeance, kind of back-to-back on stream, and he didn't like either of those games. And I understand that. I had a better time with Cobra than he did, but I didn't like Shinobi Art of Vengeance either. I played like 2 levels of it off stream, and I didn't like it. And it's interesting because that is a game that I've heard more discourse around in other places, where there is certainly an audience of people who super like the game, and there's an audience of people who have some pretty major qualms with it. But regardless, seeing people commenting in Twitch chat or on Discord or what have you, like, I'm sure, I know, McCaw, and I know that you're being very earnest and honest with your opinions about the games. So I'm not holding anything against you, but I know, as someone who also has very eclectic tastes, that if I express an opinion about a game, if I hear someone else like repeat my opinion, I'm almost suspicious. But if I also kind of know that they are repeating it without having played it themselves, then I'm like almost put off. I'm like, dude, you should play it. Don't say something sucks because I said it sucked. My tastes are fucking weird. You might like it. Like, don't go around saying something sucks because someone, like, it doesn't matter if you respect my opinion so much that you trust that you would feel the same way. I trust McCall 45's opinion, and I trust his taste, and I know that we have very similar tastes on things, but if he thinks something sucks or is great, I'm still going to want to play it myself to form an opinion. So when I see people being like super eager to express opinions on things based on someone else's experience, like that just doesn't sit right with me. Like, it annoys me that people, like, if someone is so passionate about something that they really want to like dunk on it or really want to talk about how shit it is or how great it is, it's like, take that enthusiasm and put it into actually experiencing it firsthand, because you might not feel that way about it. So yeah, like that whole thing of like, to tie things all the way back around, like not just the AVGN stuff, but just like movie games. I think there's just this weird pervasive feeling that like you're supposed to think movie games are like, you're supposed to have this, like when I say supposed, I mean like sort of people are like socially conditioned to have the attitude that you should assume that a game based on a pre-existing IP is bad until proven otherwise, or it's like, oh, this game is better than it has any right to be, which is like one of my fucking top 5 most loathed expressions. I think it sucks. But having that attitude, or like, oh, this game is surprisingly good despite being a licensed game, I think it's just, oh, it annoys me to no end. Anyway, yeah, I mean, Val, for sure, like that's a whole thing. Like that became a genre of like media, right? Like AVGN and Nostalgia Critic and whatever else, like it just sort of birthed this idea that making fun of shit for being bad is like it's just a popular form of entertainment. And unfortunately, there's no equivalent sort of counterpoint of like entertainingly talking about how good things are. But like, that's the thing. Like, I think critique and criticism, especially as entertainment, can be great. But, you know, it should be, I would much rather, like, I'm a bigger fan of like H Bomber Guy talking about why Fallout 3 sucks for 2 hours and going into depths with examples that I can sort of trust, as opposed to like a 10-minute skit with AVGN making fun of Street Fighter 2010 or whatever. Like, I can trust that that's a bit more built up. But whatever, you know, that's kind of beside the point. Yeah, I think, like, that's the thing, McCall. Like, I think there are even games that people legitimately and informedly hold a negative opinion of, they might have stuff that's cool about them. People just tend to have this sort of knee-jerk reaction of, it's an old game, so it's bad. It's an obscure game, so it's bad. It's a game that people have made fun of, so it's bad. It's a movie game, so it's bad. And it's like, I think for me, it really ties into a lot with this sort of irony-tinged appreciation of thing, where people like, I don't know, for some reason I'm thinking of the NES Die Hard game. That's a game that a friend of mine had when we were kids, and we both thought that game was fucking awesome. Like, it was such a cool game. And I remember, like, we were, I don't know, 7 or 8 or something, and like, I remember my friend who owned the game claiming that the game was 100% completely realistic, as evidenced by the fact that if you step on glass, your feet hurt and you walk slower. So it's completely realistic. And like, that became like a meme speedrun game. And like, because it became like a jokey game, I don't know if it was featured on like the Awful Games block on AGDQ. It probably was at some point. Like, it just has this kind of, you know, meme is a funny word for it, because that's kind of what it is. Like, it's a mimetic, like, perception of something as like worthy of being mocked, therefore bad. And like, that perception of that thing takes precedence over people's genuine appreciation for it. Like, people enjoy speedrunning it, they enjoy playing it, they enjoy watching it. It's like an entertaining, interesting thing. But it's bad? Like why? Like, is it because it's funny that if your feet hurt, you walk up and down stairs and time passes? Like, it's goofy or whatever, sure, but it's like, but it's cool. It's so interesting. Like, it's such an interesting game that it's like, people are so hung up on like the need to make fun of things and to be like cynical and ironic about it, that like they're, I don't know, they won't just, it's not like a, people are taking a stance in refusing to say that they like things or appreciate things genuinely. But like it's so ingrained, like it's so deeply embedded in like society, I feel like, that genuine appreciation for things and like curiosity and like, you know, refusing to be cynical or ironic in appreciation of things is like so difficult for people, it seems. I think it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, the NES Die Hard game is fucking awesome. I love that game. What's up, Doom Noob? Yeah, a lot of those games, like even when they're clunky or weird, I mean, like I won't go to bat for the Back to the Future game or any of them, any of the old ones. Well, actually, that's not true. The Tiertex Back to the Future 3 game, I think is actually really interesting. It's bad and it's weird, but like it's annoying and it's like 5 minutes long. But it's like 4 levels that are totally different. Like it's a cool game. It's got a bunch of cool shit in it. You know, if you bought it for $50 back then, you might be upset, and that's fair enough. I wouldn't necessarily go out of my way to recommend people playing it, but I think it's an interesting game. But still, you know, I'd rather go in with the hope of finding something interesting than going in with like the expectation that it's shit. And that's, you know, again with the Kusagrani example, I think sometimes people go in with such a strong conviction that it's going to be or is supposed to be shit that they become kind of blinded to things that might otherwise be interesting or entertaining, because it's just like you just don't notice things that are interesting because you don't expect there to be anything like that. Anyway, I've been streaming for a while, 3 hours apparently. I didn't even realize. I guess we've been playing this for almost 2 hours. So that makes sense. It's high time for me to take a short break. When I return, more Games Bond. This game is exciting, so we'll do at least one more level and we'll see. I guess we have no sense of like how far into it we are. We completed the opening level and the Istanbul level, I guess. So now we're getting briefed and traveling someplace else and doing another level, I guess. It's pretty cool that the levels have had like multiple, like a little adventure sequence, a little shooting sequence, a little action set piece, and then more shooting, and then driving and more shooting. I'm enjoying the game a lot so far. But I shall step aside for a couple of minutes, maybe grab a quick snack, and be back with more Games Bond right after this. All right, I returned. Hydrate. Let me catch up with chat. Yeah, that's right. Baki Hanma came out yesterday, today, time zone dependent, I guess. Yeah, I did play the demo, and I'm a little unsure of what to make of it. I do want to play it. I think it's gonna be like kind of neat, but I wasn't like super impressed with the demo in the sense that like it felt very, very, very similar to Thunder Ray. I liked Thunder Ray, but I had some qualms with it, and obviously the biggest point of appeal is like the extremely lavish animation and the art direction and the character design and everything. And the Baki game, when I played the demo, it wasn't super clear from the trailers, but playing it, it's like it became really obvious that like, wow, the animation is I don't want to say phoned in, but it's like, man, they they did not pour their heart and soul into the animation of that game like they did Thunder Ray. And from the looks of things, Space Hunters, I hope that game does well for them and everything, but it feels like it was, I'm sure Thunder Ray is what like got them that job, but it definitely felt like that was something, they did to pay the bills. Like I'm glad they got to do it, but it looked way like, that's the thing, right? I think it launched as like 30 euros. So I had the same reaction. I got an email from Steam that the game is out. It's like, all right, cool. And then I went to Steam page and like, just like a little bit of sticker shock seeing that it's like launch discount 26.99 euros or something. And I was like, that's probably about 3 or 4 times the money I paid for Thunder Ray. And I'm not saying the game's not worth it. Like I think game prices, like, it's a real problem with people, being conditioned to not pay anything for stuff and whatever. Like, so I'm not begrudging them what they're charging as such, but of course, that doesn't mean I can't feel a certain way when I see it. And I also think, like, realistically, I don't know, it feels like it's a little bit higher of a price than I would have expected, but I don't know, maybe it's a popular enough property to warrant it. The game could be amazing, I don't know exactly, but it's like, given my slight hesitation around it after the demo, it was a little bit of a tough sell. I still want to play it, but I've got so much else on my table that it's not a priority, and I might as well wait until it's probably going to be a little cheaper. What's up, Nikita Lobo? But yeah, like the animation felt way cheaper sort of than Thunder Ray. I mean, part of it is the style, but part of it is also like it felt like they were kind of, it may be unfair to use the phrase cutting corners, but Thunder Ray is like the opposite of cutting corners. They're fucking adding corners. And you don't get that feeling, or I didn't get that feeling from Baki. But it's also like the one of the things that I found a little weird about Thunder Ray is that it's like, you expect it to play like Punch Out because it's presented similar to Punch Out, and it of course is similar in some ways. But the fact that you kind of just mash buttons and just like pummel endlessly with no penalty, like there's no equivalent to the stamina system in Punch Out, where if your punch is blocked, it's like a penalty. So in Punch Out, you're like incentivized to kind of only, obviously this changes as you kind of speedrun and play at a mega high level, but generally how you play that game is you look for openings and you punish whiffed attacks, giving you a series of guaranteed hits. So like, you kind of are incentivized to not attempt to punch unless you know or trust that punch is going to land. But Thunder Ray doesn't work that way. And Baki was like the exact same. So when I played the Baki demo, I was like instantly reminded of like, oh, that's right, that's how it played. And it felt a little bit strange. So there's things like that where it's like, it doesn't play poorly, but there's like something about it, how the different things come together, that doesn't like, it has enough weirdness to it that like I just become slightly apprehensive about it as opposed to like super duper excited. I do want to play Baki though, and I hope it does well for them. But I'm, you know, Space Hunters is what I'm far more excited about. Yeah, it is messy, and like it feels like it's got a lot less clarity to it. Like another thing that I found a little objectionable about Thunder Ray is the fact that you have like these different blocks and dodges, and learning fights is like all about identifying which defensive maneuver you're supposed to do against which of the opponent's attacks. And when that is intuitive, it feels great. But sometimes it doesn't feel intuitive at all. Like someone throws a big diagonal punch across the screen and it's like, all right, either I need to dodge this left or dodge right or block high or block low or dodge back or whatever your options are. Which one is it? I don't know. I'll just try them all in sequence. And when I find one that works, hope that I'm able to remember it, because I can't like visually tell from the move that that's how I'm supposed to defend it. And I kind of wish that it was, because some of the more difficult fights, it's more about the patterns, that like they have 3 different attacks and each of these attacks has a specific sequence of or rather, like let's say someone has 4 different attacks and they have 3 or 4 patterns where each pattern is like 2 or 3 attacks. So you have to learn to recognize each of the attacks so you know how to defend them, and then you need to learn the patterns so that you know that, all right, in this situation he's doing pattern A, that's an up up left, pattern B is a down left right, or whatever. And then you got to kind of memorize that and keep it straight and react to the patterns. And I think that setup works, but when the correct dodge like maneuver, when the correct defensive choice for each of the opponent's attacks is unclear, then the challenge just gets like really stacked in a way that makes it frustrating. Whereas if you could intuitively understand how to dodge things, so the challenge was more purely on recognizing and memorizing the sequences and patterns, I think you would not have as much of that like frustration that I felt. And the demo is extremely short. You get to do like the tutorial fight and like 1/3 of a real fight in the Baki demo, but it seemed to me that it had very much the same, like the fights are going to be different in that every single opponent has their own kind of gimmick. So it's not like the fights are repeated from Thunder Ray, but the mechanics of the game felt like the core flow of how matches play out seemed like it was basically identical to Thunder Ray. So by extension, all my little grievances and annoyances with the game seemed like they would carry over. I still like Thunder Ray, and I think it's really cool, but again, a lot of that comes down to the charisma of the characters and the presentation, which like isn't really there for Baki, at least not in the same way. But I'll play it at some point. Anyway, let's resume our mission briefing and see if we are capable of taking in any of this information, or if it's just gonna roll off of us like water off a duck.
But I've got the name of the buyer.
Go on.
Pomerov. Stefan Pomerov.
I've got him. Russian businessman. Nothing flagged, no police record. No unusual connections. According to the immigration data, he's in Monaco, due to leave on a flight to Moscow tonight. I'm sending you his picture and file.
Got it. Let's get in touch with our best contact in Monaco.
I'm bringing up the list now.
See if he can stall Pomerov from leaving and have him meet me at the airport.
Of course.
Good. I'll be on the next flight out.
Fucking fonts, dude. All right, Monaco.
James.
Gotta have a tuxedo.
I almost didn't recognize you.
I'm sorry, have we met before?
I think once. Something in England. Nicole Hunter. My friends call me Nikki.
Nicole Hunter. You're the jewelry designer.
I've been called worse. It girl, socialite.
It's nice to see you, Nicole. I'm sure you've got a plane to catch.
Actually, Em sent me.
Interesting cover, but not an unpleasant surprise. Should we go?
The car's over there.
Nice car.
It's a friend's. Would you like to drive? I feel much safer with a man behind the wheel.
Fucking Daniel Craig face.
So what can you tell me about Pomerov?
Oh, he's such a lech. But he's kind of sweet for your basic Russian oligarch. He owns oil wells, diamond mines, and his own 737 with gold-plated fittings, of course.
How do you know him?
Sweetie, there are only 6 people worth dating in the world, and I've probably gone out with half of them. Turn here. Okay.
That's supposed to
The
mean.
truth is, he supplies the chemicals used to alloy the gold and silver in my line of jewelry. And he's been after me to open a boutique in the casino he just bought in Monaco.
He bought the casino.
Mm-hmm. Another trinket on the must-have list for oligarchs, after a supermodel wife. So, I got him to delay his flight back to Siberia. That's where he keeps the wife at his headquarters, so she can't spend all his money. And we're going to meet in the boardroom, which should give you enough time to get into his office and break into his safe.
Well done. So how did you...
End up in bed with MI6?
Well, that's one way of putting it.
Darling, it's the perfect cover. Fashion shows, photo shoots, store openings. I get to travel the whole world, and nobody pays any attention.
Emma approached you?
Not exactly.
Well, how not exactly?
Well, there was this little tax problem a few years ago.
A little tax problem.
And a small customs problem involving some diamonds.
So that's how a girl from the society pages ends up working for MI6?
Yes, James. But believe me, when necessary, I can be very discreet. You can drop me off in front of the casino. I'm gonna put on my war paint before the meeting. I'll text you on the cell phone to let you know when we're almost finished.
I like the specification there of texting me on the cell phone. You're not going to text me on my landline then? All right, cool. Good to know. Thank you. Keeping everything detailed and correct. Appreciate it. Yeah, dude, the subtitles are so shit. Like, subtitles in games are still bad. But more commonly, they're acceptable. But yeah, you get like 3 full lines of dialogue on screen at once in a blurry orange font with a drop shadow, and it's like the game it's like letterbox during cutscenes, so they have this perfectly empty black strip. I guess it's not empty because they have to put the fucking pause and skip buttons on there, but they don't use that for subtitles. They put the subtitles over the footage so they're harder to read. Oh, man, it's so bad. And it's so baffling too when it's like, it's not like we haven't figured out subtitles on, you know, film and TV for a good couple of decades before this, and it's still like, I don't know, it's so bad. Lens flares. This is pretty sick. Yeah, you would think that subtitles, like, not being readable would be a bit of a failure.
This is just the perfect place to watch the fire.
Hack some of these socialites. Ooh, what am I scanning?
Fireworks are beautiful.
I don't know what I'm scanning, but let's scan. Oh. Brass nude. Okay. Good. We've gained intelligence. Charm my way past this guy.
All right, James, I'm in. Pomerov's coming down to meet me.
Oh, that was easy.
Good, I'm heading through the gardens now. Turn on your tracker. I'll home in on your signal.
Hang on.
This kind of stuff is extremely good, like having,
Right. Now make sure you keep Pomerov busy.
you know, a cover or like getting in, like the whole mission doesn't start like with a shootout or whatever.
Handle a man like Pomerov.
Good, and especially if we get to do some fucking ledge grabbing and climbing to get there. I didn't need to see that. I just like 47 meters. I think there's going to be some very high quality this kind of stuff. Yeah, we're just going to murder some things, thugs on our way there. That's fine. Look, that guy had a bulletproof vest and a handgun. Obviously, we're fine to just throw him down there. I guess we're just... I mean, I guess he's an evil Russian oligarch, so we'll just use lethal force against these guards and henchmen and what have you. Wait,
Who's there?
No one. Fine. There's nothing behind this corner that you need to be afraid of. Ha! I lied. It's funny, like the stealth there is a good example of something that's like quite forgiving. Like comparing this to the whole driving fiasco from earlier. Like you kind of fuck around a little bit and it's like it's fine.
There's always some drunk tourist who tries to sneak in here.
Yes, sir.
No one's gonna notice that.
Let's move it. Finish your cigarette and start your patrols.
So,
Is he gonna patrol this way or gonna patrol the railing maybe? Or maybe he's just gonna really enjoy the last bit of that cigarette.
Nothing, sir. But I'm surprised Pomerov's asked for all these patrols. It's dead tonight.
Pomerov didn't get to be Pomerov by taking chances.
It had something to do with that Chinese guy he met.
Do I like snipe these guys now?
Didn't go well.
That's not your...
Sure, why not? That's an easier way to take care of that, right? Luckily no one else was standing right here. Seems a little funny, bordering on inappropriate, that I'm just like, alright, I need to sneak in here, so time to fucking murder people, but... Get out some cameras, perhaps? Or do we hack them with my smartphone? My smartphone, though. Of course, I got a little mini game. Okay, fine. It just... I feel like I could have shot that thing and achieved a similar result, but what do I know? I'm not a surveillance camera technician. Got some flashlights. Non-obnoxious stealth is always a pretty... Hack it from all the way over here? I get the phone prompt for. And you would think that the prompt would like only show up if I'm actually in range. So I guess I'm also... Like obviously I can avoid it just fine, but kind of curious how that was set up. I guess I get an achievement if I hack 3 cameras, so.
James.
I like that I don't have my phone on silent.
What should I do if he doesn't show up?
Stick to the plan, Nicole. Stay calm. You may just be late. It's critical that you make this work.
Okay. I'll do my best. I've got
I like that stoic Daniel Craig also very, very barely moves his lips whenever he speaks. All part of the Sona slash rock solid face.
Come in, Bravo. Request update. Bravo team. Just finished sweep of Area 12. Nothing to report. Then for Bravo. Move to Sector 3F and initiate patrol. Understood. Bravo is moving to 3F. Delta squad. What's your current? Delta team.
Am I gonna like silently stealth that guy? Oh, not. Around corners like a little clumsy. Oh, well, I mean, it works fine. You just have to hold the button. Like it's a little tricky to do. Speedily. Nope, nothing. Definitely didn't see anything. You just... Come on. Just inspect 1 inch. Oh. I had like a split-second opportunity to do it. Fine. No one's gonna notice this. Except those guys, but that's fine. Problem solved. Do I like the game so far? Yeah, I'm definitely enjoying it. Again, the fact that this is like pretty forgiving makes for a nice, smooth experience. You can focus on like the vibes and the feeling of it. Like you don't get sort of hung up on all
Right, I'm gonna finish my smoke, then I'm on a break.
like having to do everything perfectly in order to be allowed to progress.
You get eyes on the
I appreciate it. I think it's appropriate for this kind of game. And I mean, if you really want or need
Russian billionaire has its upside.
the additional challenge,
I've lost visual.
you know, there are higher difficulty levels, which I reckon would only mostly serve to make the game more frustrating anyway. And more naked statues. Laptop or something. What am I scanning? I was confused. It was like a sound blip that made it sound like found whatever I was scanning, but I don't really care. Okay. Oh, the camera. Oh, I'm not in cover. Close enough? No. The fact that I only need to hack 3 of these to get an achievement makes me hopeful that there's not going to be like 50 other cameras. Okay, I guess the shoulder toggle doesn't out of aim mode. What's up, guy? I'm trying to... I couldn't take him down through the gate. I feel like he wasn't... he was not quite supposed to be a position like that. Well, that's alright. The 2010 Activision game. Doesn't really matter if I get shot once or twice. I'll just rest for 3 seconds and I'm good.
Bravo team, what's your 20? This is Bravo.
Who's there?
No one.
Stop!
So the arrows were white and then yellow. So what happened there was like I didn't quite like snap to cover like I thought I would. Definitely a guy here somewhere, right? Oh, there we go. Oh, that guy's waiting to be taken down. I like that he goes when he fell, like he had essentially like finished falling by the time he started screaming. That's fine. Okay, we're inside. I'm in. Brandish submachine gun. It's fine. I trust Bond's judgment. Okay. Do this to scope out the thugs. Not perfect stealth or anything, but that's fine. You know what? It doesn't like really matter, right? So probably use some focus aims here. I was gonna take him down. It's like, wait, let me use my focus aim first.
I'm in the casino.
Oh, okay, we're done. We're walking and talking.
Okay, James, but wait, he's coming.
This already has more casino in it than the casino level of Cobra. And I was so disappointed in that. Where are we going? Over here, maybe? Maybe not. This just leads nowhere. Play these. Ammo. Like advance through here. Can I open this? I can open this. Fell through. Okay, so that's not a... I wonder if you have to be in cover to do a like a quiet takedown. Probably not like opening fire here. Game feels like a sequel to Quantum of Solace. A little bit. To me, I feel like it's a little somewhere in between that and Everything or Nothing. I mean, it's a little less outlandish, of course, but I think that naturally comes with being a Daniel Craig game versus a Pierce Brosnan game. But it certainly does have the big spectacle, which, I mean, not a Quantum of Solace didn't have that, but there's a feeling of kind of variety, even if Quantum or Everything or Nothing, of course, is like far more action than anything else. It does have moments of quiet and bits kind of like this, in a way that I feel like Quantum Solace, the PS2 one, sort of hinted at but didn't really deliver on, and I feel like, I don't know, but I guess it's, you know, it's not entirely unfair to say that it's closer, especially maybe to the PS2 one, to Quantum than to Everything or Nothing. But I like it. I don't think it's like a... I mean, I guess I would just never expect anything else to kind of live up to Everything or Nothing. Even From Russia with Love, like, was so much lesser than that. Okay. Focus aims didn't work quite the way I expected them to. It feels so good that it's like you fuck up a little bit and it's still, you know, it doesn't immediately summon 5 additional waves of guys. Alright, expert aim right there. Because that's how a lot of these games would do it. Like, there's a... you enter a room unnoticed, and it's like the punishment for not successfully achieving stealth throughout the entire room is then now you have to fight an additional 5 to 10 guys. And I'm glad that this game doesn't really do that, other than like when it is supposed to be a big shootout spectacle set piece scene. We're entering a lot of these rooms with me like completely oblivious to where there's a doorway that's supposed to like get me further. I reckon I was going here down to this like section, but there's like nothing here. No door here either. Resigned to use my phone. Oh, that's not very helpful. Was this entire room just to murder a few extra guards? Confused. What was that for? Is it just like to be an extra open location that I can... Okay. Exactly get it. Okay, I guess I'm going this way. Use computer. Okay.
007, you're going to need a key code to get past this door. It appears the code has been divided between 3 different guards in the
I see.
Each one has only
I
a small
see.
piece of it. I'm marking their locations on your smartphone now.
Okay.
Scan their access cards to compile the full code and access the lift.
So I reckon one of these guys is probably over here. Either he has spawned now, or I just need to scan corpses of some of these people I just previously killed. Yeah. I'll at least spawn a bunch of new. That's so funny. I didn't even realize. When you run,
Down, 007.
like the phone vision like freaks out when I'm jogging, so it can't like scan shit. And when I stop, it like calms down. The floor manager down there. Post. Okay, this is like a slightly annoying extension of... Okay, can I just like... Oh, I see. I was gonna say, can I not like...
That's another one, Bond.
brandish my gun, but I guess it's fine. That probably means that I'm scanning the other guy from up here too. Oh, he's like wandering around. Okay. The lens flares are cool. The phone vision toggle thing is like very obnoxious. Like, okay, good. I thought for sure I was gonna go into like 3 different combat scenarios. The casino, no actual gambling Bond's part, but at least a full proper casino scene. Getting some pretty decent Bond quotient score already, like 2.5 levels into the game. Casino mini games are very few and far between in Bond games, but at least a full casino themed level is nice to see. Pressing the phone button. Oh, that's kind of nice. If you run out of focus shots, you can hold the button, you still are in that aim mode, you just don't lock on automatically. Interesting. Or maybe I had 1 shot left, I don't know. Are we scanning? Ornate money clip, okay. Yeah, the phone scanning stuff, like, it's... could be a little more smoothly integrated, because it's a little, like, annoying. It kind of goes against the flow of just, like, going through the levels. I understand, like, wanting to kind of flesh things out or pad them a little bit, so it's not just, like... just to make the game last a little longer, not quite just running through hallways. But I don't think it works, like, super duper well together. Oh, okay, that's them right there, huh? Luckily the glass is opaque enough. Looks like a escape route, or well, I can. Would seem I'm supposed, like, she's like occupying him, right? And I'm supposed to like break into his safe. Oh, do I need to find a code for this? Yeah. Okay, I see.
You won't be able to hack that door, 007. It's on its own subsystem. You'll have to find another way.
So I have to climb my way around. Okay, good. I just didn't want to like immediately leave this place and start climbing around. It seemed like I should make sure that that's what I want to do actually first. Pretty sick. When does this take place in relation to the Craig era movies? Quantum of Solace was 2008, and this game came out in 2010. I believe Skyfall was the next one after that in like 2012. It's not like they have like a super strict or firmly established timeline of continuity that acknowledge each other's existence or anything, but in terms of release schedule, that's when it. And this ornate gun? No, I guess not. Hack the safe though. Oh shit. Okay, we still got it first try.
What was the nature of this research? I told you.
Oh, that's right. That's the thing he handed over at the previous level. I forgot.
And smallpox. To come up with antidotes that could be used in the field in the case of a biological attack. And there was no way to militarize them? To turn them into weapons instead of cures? No. No? So why are these documents in code? I told you. I was working at home. What is the password for the USB drive? Tell me the key to crack the code. Stop.
Like casually listening.
I'll tell you. Thank you.
While like snapping photos. All right, okay. Back to the lift. We'll get there eventually. Because I'm waiting for them to bust in here. Could be over here, right? Yeah, this feels so much better than some of the other previous games. Actually, I just realized I kept saying that Quantum of Solace was the game before this. That's not true. We played the GoldenEye games in between. And yeah, this is definitely a lot more like Quantum of Solace than those games. Well, as far as continuity, like, it's very rare for movies to tie into each other that way directly. Like, Quantum of Solace is the exception because it's like an extremely direct sequel to Casino Royale. But otherwise, things are kind of...
I'm outside. What happened? They've closed
The events of one story doesn't, you know, they don't really matter much to the next.
Let's see if I can tip the odds in our favor.
Oops, kick door, B, kick! Take down! Do I get iframes from this? Take cover, I'm hurt. Can I get him to like walk close enough to... Yep, okay. It's actually... Oh, get around! That's like kind of satisfying because it also does like replenish my focus dot gauge. Well, even a scenario like this is like so much more manageable than it would be in a lot of those other games that we've played, whether it's Quantum of Solace or GoldenEye. Like, guys go down quickly, aiming is easy, no motion controls to worry about. It's so satisfying the dudes go down so quickly. It feels so good. Guessing this is where we're going. And yeah, again, like the frame rate and everything, like it doesn't feel like it's a hindrance to trying to take down this guy, but it didn't work. Okay, now we have, I was talking about, like, having this many dudes pour out as like a punishment for stealth would feel really annoying. But when it's as like a shootout set piece like this, it's like it feels perfectly reasonable. If I get him. There we go. Oh. Still getting a, you know, somewhat unreasonable kill count here, but you know, it's a video game, it's fine.
James, I've got the car in front of the casino. Where are you?
I'm on my way. Get ready to move.
Fucking palm tree. Even the animation is like really good. And that's one of the things that have been consistently good in most of these games. But it definitely helps give a nice, satisfying feel shooting these guys. Like, even with the ragdolls, like, it never really looks too goofy. Like, they still react. They don't just, like, collapse to the floor in, like, some really unsatisfying way. Like, they have good hit reactions before the ragdoll kicks in. Which is, like, how you definitely should do it, but still something you weirdly rarely see in games. Like that right there, that's like a proper-ass PS2 era video game death animation with them, like, just flopping over like a stunt performer. Like, it makes it look fucking so much better than we just have someone standing there and they just, like, go limp. Oh, I can scan something. Guys, don't shoot, all right? I'm finding something to scan. Or, I guess not. Fuck it. So she's behind the wheel, right? So we shouldn't be kicked into a sudden driving sequence.
Here.
I wasn't sure if that was him.
What are you drinking?
Same thing. Straight. I was never one for girly drinks.
Bond, are you there?
Yes, Em. Right here.
Nicole, do you mind if 007 and I speak privately for a moment? This is a need to know.
Of course. No problem.
We can talk. What did you find out?
We've translated all the documents you photographed in Pomerov's office this afternoon. It appears that most of them were invoices for highly sophisticated chemical manufacturing equipment. They were to be delivered to a defunct chemical refinery he's recently brought back online in Siberia.
Makes perfect sense. They tortured Tedworth, the researcher, for the code to his bioresearch formulas. He was working on anthrax and smallpox antidotes for troops in the field, but they could just as easily be weaponized.
That's what we're afraid of. No. That's what the whole world is afraid of. You've got to get there. Confirm what we think he's up to and stop him. Perhaps Miss Hunter can help you facilitate this.
Yes, I'll talk to her.
Good. Good luck, 007.
You finished?
He just, like, barges in, like, oh, I guess he's probably done with his private call.
Thought you might be able to help facilitate things. I'm gonna need a flight, ground transportation, a local contact.
Wait, not so fast. I told Pomerov I'd get back to him about his business proposal. So it's the perfect cover to get the two of us into the refinery.
The two of us? Em said facilitate, not accompany.
Well, how do you think I'm going to get you to Siberia?
Oh, let me guess. A friend of yours owns a plane?
May I speak with Rudolph, please?
Why am I not surprised?
You're going to love it. It's got a shower, a wine cellar, and the most unbelievable circular bed. Yes, I'll hold. What? What's that look for? You'll be enjoying all that stuff alone. I'll be in the cockpit flying the plane.
My face. Alright.
Kind of your friend Rudolph.
We didn't even get to see that fancy plane.
He's got 6 of them. He won't miss it.
What happened to show don't
What else
tell?
are you going to spend your money on up here, aside from diamonds and?
Anyway, we're in Siberia.
Are you sure you want to go through with this?
I just can't believe Pomrov would be involved with something evil. He's always been like an uncle to me.
The entrance to the refinery is up ahead. Just do as I told you. Follow the plan, and we'll be all right. This isn't all fun and games.
You really think they're going to believe that you're my bodyguard?
I think they'd be more suspicious if you didn't have a bodyguard.
Yeah. It's Russia. You're nobody without one.
Good. Put on your best attitude and sell it.
Остановите!
I'm here to see Stefan Pomrov.
Is he expecting you?
Do you think I just dropped into Siberia? I also
Yeah, give this guy a little attitude. That'll help.
Where he can be fed and watered.
Park the car over there, and he can wait in the shed.
Fucking villain
Spasibo.
face.
All right, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to get into Pomerov's office before I start causing trouble.
I can live with that.
That's the idea.
Extremely fucking impatient. Hanging out in the fucking bodyguard shed.
Sorry to interrupt, 007. We hacked into
Banner.
Pomerov's mainframe at the refinery and found Tedworth's research, but we were shut out before we could read it. You'll need to get to the server room and access it through the main terminal.
I think we can be there. Can you send me directions?
I'm marking the location on your phone now.
Fuck this guy. Alright. Walking around stealth adventure, for now anyway. Yeah, every location has like a highly customized, culturally sensitive font for its location name. My phone. Room. Or it's car. I guess that's a point of interest. Seems hackable. Scannable or something. Well, whatever. Help myself through here. And gain some intelligence of some kind. Got some 80s fucking terminals here, sure. This car here somewhere in the parking lot? Is the fancy looking one? That would make sense. I guess I'll just scan that. Wait, oh, they're probably flickering. Yeah, it's because I'm walking. Moving too fast. For my phone vision to keep up. Alarm activated. Oh, I see. Guess it's a distraction. I'm sure it's good for something. Checkpoint marker. Jog through here while coast is clear. Well, in public areas, you can press left stick to jog. That's good. Okay. Over to Tanner. But this is something I'm probably not triggering an alarm. For sure I saw the scan prompt flash by. Oh. Statue of the Industrial. Good. Getting like slightly motion sick, I feel like, when I'm panning the camera around with this massive motion blur. I feel like I'm probably not just waltzing through here, but I mean, Door's open. I guess if I'm in this courtyard, then I'm, you know, I'm expected to have access to this lobby. Maybe this is the main entrance? I'm What's up? Okay. Walk towards the server room, I guess. The server room entrance terminal. Okay, sure.
Server room all quiet.
Good. While Pomerov is here, take no chance.
Deal with the guards. I can do that. I can do a stealth takedown without. Oh, that's pretty cool. I got his gun, of course. Yeah. As long as you're like not running, I guess. Maybe I don't know. Or maybe it's dependent on the guard himself being in like a fully unaware state.
What? You mean you didn't hear what happened at the casino? No. Someone hit it, shot the place up. Way I heard it.
Far away to. I can't hack around the corner, or I'm too far. I'm not sure which is.
So now Pomerov spooked and got us all doing
They'll finish their dialogue. Oh, okay, yeah. You can walk closer to this corner. That's fine by me. Stealthy. That camera doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't even go. That other guard. That I guess. The loners. Other guys would show up here. Oh.
2-5, you're scheduled to make a pass to the generators now. Already on it, Control. Everything's clear.
I had to attach myself to the shelf in order to get the range or like the ability to reach around the corner. Like a regular stealth takedown doesn't like work around corners. Oh, this one this one I just engage with manually. I suppose. Okay, sure.
Bond, the research isn't here. You'll have to go to the main computer center. It's protected by biometric security measures, though. The only individual with security clearance currently in the building is Pomerov himself.
Okay.
You may be able to get through if you can find Pomerov's fingerprints and a voice sample.
Find that, okay. Well, I was gonna steal his eyeball, but I guess that's maybe easier. Yeah, the fonts, I mean, that's always a thing. Like, at least Cyrillic is, like, fucking written left to right, you know, so there's only so much that can blatantly fuck up. When it's like Asian writing or Arabic, even worse, then it's like, you know, Google translating stuff to the point where it's like complete nonsense, gibberish. Cyrillic, it's at least straightforward enough to like Google a few phrases and put the word, you know, on a sign and it'll be like okay. But for sure, like with Japanese stuff, like not necessarily in games in this kind of context, but in terms of like, I see it often in like promotional like key art or box art or stuff for like indie games or for like Japanese editions of homebrew Mega Drive games or whatever it is. Whenever people do, or even just like t-shirt designs or whatever, like it's so common that you only see like basically the equivalent of like Arial or Times New Roman. Like people just have no idea. People seem oblivious to the fact that you can even write other scripts in like different fonts. So it doesn't surprise me at all. Although in fairness, I wouldn't expect a location like this to have the most flowery fonts on its signage. So, you know, you get away with it, I think. Okay. I'll just scan this from over here. You won't mind, right? Insufficient data. Okay, I see. I gotta absorb Pomerov's data so I can scan it into the scanner for my phone. I mean, if you're gonna put like foreign language stuff in like the environments or something, you would want it to be at the standard of at least like native, or anyone who speaks the language shouldn't be like offended when they see it because it's so obviously wrong and dumb and like poorly researched. I think that's like a bar that you can probably strive for. But obviously a lot of games fail to reach that bar.
Enough pleasantries, my dear. You didn't fly halfway across the world to drink vodka. Tell me of this new proposal.
Is that them over there?
I want to hear all about it.
Probably not. Oh, them over there. Ah, he had a glass of something or other. Gonna grab some fingerprints from over here.
That's Pomerov's
Don't mind me.
fingerprints. Now you just need to find a clear sample of Pomerov's voice.
They were right here. So do I... Well, I guess I'm not following them through that door. Let me... Dog. All the dragons. Just dramatically throw open the door.
President and CEO of Pomerov
Oh.
Industries.
Convenient.
I want to welcome you to our flagship
That's
refinery.
Pomerov's voice sample. You should be
You
able
are
to
now
access the
standing
computer
in
center now.
Siberia's leading
Marking location on your
independent crude
smartphone.
oil refining facility.
I like that we're just gonna like wirelessly transmit the fingerprint data. This guy's gonna be none the wiser, I suppose.
Copy. I'm on my way.
Ah, how convenient. Me, sir? Casual observing innocent bystander. Nothing untowards about me hacking this thing at all. Yep, that's me.
I want
Right.
regular patrol.
Guns out.
Something's going on today. We've got to keep the computer center secure.
Understood.
No, I mean, like, it can be more or less egregious for sure, and, like, I just think in general, you know, you know, I think, fuck this up, because I forgot that crouching isn't a thing. Somehow, I guess they didn't quite figure out where I am. Fine by me. That good, I guess. Oh, never mind. I barely even had a good opportunity to even use my focus shots. No, I just mean in general, like it's and I'm glad things are changing, but it's the attitude that like, well, no one's gonna be able to read foreign, so it doesn't matter. Like, we can get away with not doing. I mean, language is one thing, but it in so many other things too. Like even representation of other like cultures or what have you. Like when you have a, I forget what it was, but like, you know, I've lived in Japan, I've lived in Bulgaria, and like, if you've lived in different countries, like you're just gonna, you know, you're not gonna absorb everything about the culture, but some things are just gonna stand out to you as like, huh, this is not like what I'm used to from my home country or whatever it is. Like, and sometimes when some of the details just aren't right, like it can just instantly completely shatter the illusion. Like it's very common, like Japan is a, you know, it's a popular location, if that makes sense. So it's something that shows up in games and films and stuff, and every so often, like, you just see something that it's blatantly not, like, if a sidewalk doesn't look the way sidewalks look on Japanese streets, or like an office isn't furnished or laid out the way it should be, it's one of those things where if you have any familiarity with it, it'll instantly stand out as, like, inaccurate. And I mean, depending on what it is, that can be totally fine. It doesn't necessarily ruin the entire illusion of whatever it's supposed to be. But I think it's a difference also between, like, not get... Oh. Damn the thing. It's one thing to not get every single detail right. And that can be, you know, overlooked or forgiven. But when you have, like, an attitude of complete, like, dismissal, it doesn't matter at all. Like, when you don't even think... Like, it's one thing if you don't have the resources to do as much research to get every detail right as you would have liked. But it's a different thing, I feel like, when the attitude is of, like, whatever. Like, I don't need to ask someone who knows this language if this looks correct. I don't, you know, fuck it, whatever. I'll just put a sign here, or... like, I remember, again, it's like a weird example, but when I was doing, like, custom box art designs, I was on this, like, forum for that stuff, and someone had done, like, a... I think it was, yeah, it was like a Soul Calibur box for Dreamcast or something. It was like a custom design because it was for, like, a DVD case, and the back of the box had, like, writing in Japanese, and I could tell from the text, like, this is not what a Japanese back of the box looks like. This is not what Japanese copywriting looks like. And there was, like, I still remember the phrase, like, saishu teki or saishu no tatakai no game, which is like, if I read that in Japanese, it's not grammatically incorrect, but I can tell that this is someone who translated the phrase the ultimate fighting game. But ultimate, saishu teki, means last, final. So it's like a literal translation of ultimate, meaning the final, the last. But also fighting game is called, like, kakuto game or Taisen kakuto game. Like, it has that's a genre that has a name in Japanese. And that was not the, like, you can just look at that phrase instantly and tell this is not written by someone who knows what this text should look like in this language. And I brought it up. It's like, oh, it's, you know, fine design, whatever. But the text is a little weird. Like, the text doesn't, like, pass the sniff test, basically. And they were like, they got really defensive about it. And it was like, oh no, but, like, someone translated this for me or whatever. And it's like, it's fine, whatever it is, what it is. No one's really going to necessarily give a shit. But sometimes, like, if you are designing a box art, for example, I feel like you would want, like, the aesthetics of how the copywriting is done is part of, like, that is a detail that needs to be right if it's supposed to give a certain feel and look like a certain thing. And it's a weird thing to brush off as, like, I mean, that was just like someone did it for fun. It was a hobby thing, whatever. It wasn't like a commercial thing or anything. But that kind of throwaway, like, doesn't really matter. It's good enough. Like, I don't know the difference. It's a kind of an, I guess, arrogant approach to it that I find a little questionable. I love his stealth action computer hacking pose.
Without setting off the alarm. We need time to access the files. You've got to keep the phone in range.
All right, let me just shoot some Russians. It's fine.
You'll be the first to know if I can't.
Use some cover. I'm, like, pleasantly surprised that I'm not being assaulted from, like, 12 different directions at once. There's a GoldenEye level that had a really troublesome sequence that were kind of like this. I'm out of rifle ammo. guess I'll just walk out of this just fine, by the way.
Hack is at 80%, nearly there.
80% hack. Okay, good.
All teams engage now.
I wanted to swap weapons, but no. Good, like, escalation that they show up from like one side then the other and then kind of both. Oh, okay. I was kind of expecting to auto locking on a little closer. They get like sufficiently stun locked when you shoot them, which is also quite satisfying. Oh yeah, for sure. Like if you have something that's like set in a country or in a certain language, and then like it becomes a little silly. Like I'm curious. I'm reminded. For some reason, I was thinking of, as one does, Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift, which came out when I was living in Japan. I didn't watch it because I didn't watch any of those movies until Fast 5. But that's a movie that's like, it's set in Japan. I assume it was to some degree at least filmed in Japan, but like none of the actors are Japanese. Like all the Japanese characters are played, I mean maybe someone is, but like for the most part they're like, you know, Korean or Chinese or whatever, and like it doesn't feel authentically Japanese really.
007, you should be able to access the central terminal now.
But I wonder if that was like, you know, if people cared. This door open, so I thought I was going here, but I guess not. Oh, I guess he needed to hack that thing. Okay, I got a checkpoint, so I thought it was time to leave. Okay, I misunderstood. Oh, you know, another good example of that, I guess, is the Karate Kid. You know, movies in general, Hollywood movies get like localized titles in Japan as they would anywhere else.
Pomerov's refinery. It's worse than we suspected. He's built an entire bioweapons factory. He's churning out toxins by the ton.
Can you destroy it?
Let me get back to you on that.
Oh, are we gonna get kidnapped? Oh, escape the gas. Something I can hack. A lot of guns out there. Oh no, just ladder. Okay, that'll work. Now what? Oh. Anyway, I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna keep losing my track otherwise. So the Karate Kid, and Fast and Furious, by the way, is called Wild Speed in Japan, which is a pretty good title. So it's not uncommon for American movies to have like the titles don't necessarily get translated to Japanese. Sometimes that happens, but sometimes they just have like much simpler English titles. But in the case of the Karate Kid, it's like nothing in that movie has much to do with karate. So in Japan, that movie or that series of movies is called Best Kid. Because I guess it was like too preposterous of an idea to call it the Karate Kid when it's like nothing recognizably karate happens in those movies. All right, let's keep. Grab, jump, jump. Mash the context-sensitive movement button. I don't know where I'm going. I'm gonna trust that the jump button takes me where I need to go. That was pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like anyone's obligation to be offended on behalf of themselves or anyone else. For me, it's just a matter of it can kind of take me out of things if it's supposed to be a thing and it doesn't like do a good enough job of conveying what it's supposed to be. But it's also, you know, again, that sort of callous kind of arrogance and lack of respect for things, and you know, that in itself can be a little abrasive. But it's not like I would, you know, refuse to enjoy something like Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift out of some sort of moral principle, or, you know, whatever it might be. I just think it can, you know, it can add a layer to, or like be part of a larger thing with, like, I mean, certainly Russia and Russian culture and whatever else. Like it's, you know, it's a certain kind of set dressing that has its own kind of, you know, not necessarily treated with the utmost respect. And of course, I'm talking more about like the Russian state and government and the people who live there are like very much not the same thing. Even though it can, I think, be sort of conflated in sometimes uncomfortable and unfortunate ways. Not that I have like particular opinions or thoughts or feelings about Russia. It's just like, you know, as far as Hollywood movies and by extension video games, like it's a kind of a common, just vague enemy. But I think for sure when it comes to like Arabic language and culture, and like it's just one of those things that's like been historically very poorly represented. And there's a lot of kind of cultural biases that get potentially reinforced by a very like careless attitude towards representation. So I think there's a lot of stuff like that where it's sort of things can be kind of bad. It can be a bad thing that's, you know, the state of representation or how these things are handled. But that doesn't mean that like you're morally obligated to not enjoy, I don't know, a Call of Duty game because it's set in the Middle East and the Arabic signage has the characters written incorrectly or whatever it is. Like, there's nuance to all these things, and I think it's perfectly, like, everyone has to sort of draw their own moral lines of what amount and what types of, like, quote-unquote bad stuff you're willing to kind of put up with, right? And this is probably one of the more kind of innocuous types of things as far as that goes. But at the same time, like, I think it's totally fair and reasonable to point out some of these things without necessarily having to be not everything is like fully on. Guy noticed me, I guess. Or did he? Yeah, okay, I guess so. I was trying to walk up and take down, but I was too busy reloading. That's our first death, actually. Like, we failed some driving bits, but we didn't get to see what dying looks like. Like, you can point these things out without requiring like a full
You take a look up there. The rest of
like
you come with me. Patrol 26.
distancing from. Oh shit! I didn't get a cover. He's gonna probably see. No. And yeah, like you said, like GoldenEye can still be a fun time, and I mean, I do think it's also like, again, everyone has to kind of calibrate their own moral compass and decide what they're fine with. But, you know, it's probably healthy to be able to have some distance. Alright, stealth's probably out the window now, so.
Situation critical.
I just think it's like, it's not, I don't think it's necessarily productive to dismiss those kinds of concerns and say like, oh, dude, it's only entertainment. This, like, you're overthinking it. Like, nah, I think it's fair to, like, to hold, creative people accountable, or just, like, want to see things improved, you know? But of course, it depends, again, on entirely what it is, to what degree that kind of stuff matters, and what type of kind of cultural representation is, like, whether or not it's important for it to be accurate or not.
Hey, you guys seen anything? Control think he's gonna be coming this way.
Am I going? You know, for a big gray facility level, this is a pretty varied and pretty nice looking, I gotta say. Like, overall, I think this game does do a good job of...
Is someone there?
Nope, no one's here. But you might as well go up and check this corner. Be sure.
Nothing here.
It'd be quite funny if you just, like, tossed him over the railing for a stealth takedown. Also pretty funny if I do, like, a focus aim shotgun blast to take out these guys for my, like, final stealth takedown. But I kind of want to preserve my ammo, so we can do that. Pretty satisfying. I like that they have, like, a max of 3 as well. Like, you don't stock up on the focus shots. Game has the most gruesome deaths. I mean, the reboot Tomb Raider, the 2013 game, certainly has, like, lavishly, like, that game really enjoys its gruesome death animations in a way that I found really quite uncomfortable.
Access the central control panel and I'll run a diagnostic.
Hack a thing. Got it. Okay. Nope, I just assume that I need to use my phone for things, but...
From the looks of things, it seems that if you override the coolant and exhaust systems, you'll be able to trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. Find the override valves, 007. You need to destroy those bioweapons.
I like the destroying the gigantic bioweapon factories, just that's like stage 3. Yeah, dude, Bond's keyboard animation is incredible. I fucking love it. Just assuming the ultimate keyboard stance. For fully powered up typing. Oh, there's some phoning. Gotta get first. Or around a corner. Hybrid anthrax. Going for a jump. Find the heat exhaust override valve.
What?
Nothing. Shit like this is so satisfying. Like, I love that it's so forgiving. I'm so used to games where guards are just, like, annoyingly too quick to react. So the fact that they're, like, conspicuously slow to react, you run straight at them. Huh? What? Oh, is there something? Oh! Like, it's shit. It's so fucking funny. But it's fun too. Like, it's funny, but it's like, it makes the game more enjoyable and less frustrating. So I'm all for it.
007, the schematics show this route leads to the exhaust override. Lock the valve and cripple the refinery's heat extraction network.
All right, I'll walk up to some things and press B. Maybe hack with my phone if the situation calls for it.
Nothing, but the suspicion is that it's the same guy who worked over at Pomeroy's casino.
Right.
But no
Okay.
one's been able
Hack the fuel
to
tank.
positive ID.
Nah, it doesn't matter. He'll be dead soon enough. Just another body in the lake.
I see. That guy's gonna wish he wasn't leaning up against the railing. Got him. Like sneak patrol back here. You know what? Fuck it. I don't need more takedown points. That was pretty good. It was like casually leaning back and gets shot in the head and goes like, "Hooah!" Just throws himself back just so he can fly over the railing. I salute you, sir. That was a fine performance. You performed above and beyond the Call of Duty. That was fucking sick. See, this game gets it. They understood the assignment. Bizarre Creations, they know what they're doing.
Okay, keep your eyes open.
It's even funnier the fact that you don't have like crouching. So when you're like sneaking up to guys, this is how you're doing it. Like confidently striding up to them. Very good. Assuming I didn't miss any kind of interactions or anything back there.
Something's there.
Dude, it was kind of difficult to see where my reticle was. The fucking, like, my pre-aiming reticle now looks just like the snowflakes. Can I? No, okay. I was like, can I shoot some kind of valve thing to just explode a vent to kill guys? But no, that's the thing I have to actually operate. Dude, I fucking love that shit. The guy sees a railing within arm's reach, and that guy makes it his final life's mission to throw himself over it. See, these guys, these are fucking top-notch guards. They know exactly how this job is done. Alright, I'm gonna guess that turning this valve is gonna call the attention of more guards, but maybe I just like run out that way. And then well, whatever. Let's turn the wheel. Alright. That's done. Let's get out of here.
Now head to the coolant station and override the safety features.
I figured there'd be guys here. Like, advancing to cover in front of you like that is like not super easy. Alright, this shotgun I mean, it's pretty satisfying, but doesn't seem super good. Yeah, so if you're like well aimed enough before you go into aim mode, you like snap to... It's interesting, it seems like if you're aiming kinda towards their head, it does actually lock you onto their head. Otherwise, it kind of locks onto their center of mass. That's kind of interesting. So I don't... Okay, I picked up more ammo. Fuck it, let's stick with this. Like here, there's no toggle for me to immediately cross over to the cover in front of me. So I have to go out of cover and then walk up here and sit down. Funnily enough, the sawed-off shotgun seemed more effective at range than this one. Fine. Alright. Oh, that was a corpse. It's very encouraging that we're like a couple of levels in. Oh, did I just shoot the tank behind him? Oh, whoops. Wait, did I? What happened there? Oh, shit. I had limited ammo for this pistol. Normally you have unlimited ammo for your main gun. Oh, shit. There's a lot of dudes here. I'm As long as you've got cover, though, like, you're really... Okay, you can walk up here and... You can do that. Like, I don't need that, but... helps me preserve a little bit of ammo, which I have none of, but I... 5. But yeah, I'm glad that, like, in the escalation over the course of these levels, we haven't yet reached a point where enemies start being tanky or annoying. Like, even if the gunplay doesn't change much, the fact that the game is not taking opportunities to become more annoying, like, I'm more and more gracious for that for every level that we go through. Like, it's really... Like, we don't quite have the level of bespoke sort of scenarios and spectacle and novelty of Everything or Nothing. But compared to something like Quantum of Solace or GoldenEye, the 2010 one, like the general enjoyability factor of going through these missions and doing cool stuff and just having shootouts, quite enjoyable. Okay, wait, hang on. Oh, I was like standing on top of the objective marker. I just want to make sure I wasn't going in the wrong. Going here? Oh. Doors open for me and we're at a checkpoint, so good enough for me. Ammo full all of a sudden, so. I guess this is where we came. Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, it seemed like we kind of just picked a direction at random. I guess you could probably do these two objectives in whatever order.
Make your way to the coolant station, 007.
Or maybe it's just we want to. Oh, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Tanner's gonna let us know where to go. My phone. Cutscene? Oh, okay. I just had to stop the load for a second there, I guess. Okay, let's do this section. Seems a little ominous. A second, I translate these signs. It's fine.
Jesus, it's freezing in here.
You're telling me? How long do we have to keep watching over this stuff?
I don't know.
I thought that would be a little more dramatic. Still works. Pretty cool sound design. Like, even if it's a little quiet in here now. They're like bullets ricocheting and everything. Actually, the fact that it's like no music or anything here, like, it has a kind of eerie vibe. Fits this weird little, like, cooler room. Whatever. That guy did not know where I was. There was definitely something I could scan here, right? There was like a bunch of blue icons that I saw through the wall. Maybe it was further away. Through there, my God. You go into aim mode, it also just instantly, well, not instantly disables the phone. It doesn't disable the phone any faster than doing it by pressing the D-pad, but you don't have to reach all the way over to the D-pad. It looked like we got a little phone trigger here in the middle of the room. See what it's supposed to... Or... Probably doesn't matter. Like, we haven't gotten a lot of sort of Bond moment type stuff. There was one thing where I shot down this elevator thing and it gave me like an achievement. So there might be other moments like that that we've just missed.
Bond, you're heading towards the coolant system. Taking it down will cripple the refinery.
But a few more moments like that would certainly be cool. Oh, I didn't turn around, I just want to see. Stealth won't really matter, but this guy's like looking directly at me, so... Oh, got him in the helmet, I guess.
Engage target. Move up. Take him out.
I need some cover here.
Walk into my... Oh, fuck it.
On me.
Just... Oh, fuck. Alright, sure, I'll take this guy down. That works.
I'm out.
That looks like an explosive. I kind of love the fact that you can be really sloppy and not get overly punished for it. Like, it's interesting because, as I noted before, you do have... Like, you don't have a lot of health. You actually die quite quickly. Like, if you don't have cover, you just get shot at. You melt pretty quickly. But it's easy enough to kind of not put yourself in that situation. And even then, you can, like, pull out a few focus shots or melee takedown and still kind of get out of it somehow. So I like that it's not overly punishing. But this is the, like, the medium difficulty. There's 3 difficulties and then a 4th one that isn't available. So presumably you have to finish the game before you can pick that one. Not that I expect that I would want to replay this on higher difficulty, but if you somehow find it boring, and at least there's, you know, you can make it a bit more challenging. Man, I wanted to shoot the explodey thing, but it just locked me onto his face.
Take the target down.
I was kind of expecting guys to be more like stunned and sort of like what's the word? Like sort of staggered by... Did I actually hit him from here? Yep. Okay. That's convenient. I didn't, like, my bullets weren't blocked by the thing I was standing behind. The fact that there's these like big sort of clouds of smoke I thought would mean that they would be like stunned. But it's not like a problem or anything. That shit is satisfying. Just fucking sprinting up from across the room, meleeing them, especially when they don't even get a, you know, shot off at you before you get there. The eerie quiet was like kind of interesting for that scene, but I could use some increased ambiance at this point. All right. Well, I probably missed hacking, or not hacking, but scanning something. Honestly, I don't give a crap. Advance. Oh, shit.
Bond, the coolant pipes are ruptured. Get out of there.
Well, we got some music. Presumably, not a lot of bad guys to worry about. Well, I'm... Spoke too soon. Oh, they got gas masks. I see. I was gonna say, I thought it was like freezing cold. But that was the whole thing. But I guess it's gas. Doesn't have a lot of ammo, actually. Shotgun.
Bond, you need to get out of that warehouse.
Yeah, I'm fucking trying, dude. You good? Okay. Oh, jump. Stoic ass Daniel Craig. That was pretty cool.
That's it, Bond. Well done. Activate the central control panel. This will launch the chain reaction and trigger the meltdown.
Got it. That's here, right? So do I type on this keyboard? Assume the position?
Nicole?
James, where are you? What's taking so long?
Oh, I'm just
Meet
destroying
me
the whole
outside with
place.
the car running as quickly as possible.
I'm on my way.
Okay, I guess we did the thing. All right. They had to come into the cutscene so that this door opened. I see how this works. Let's go. There we go. Open door. Kick door. This is exciting. This is like the final level of Quantum of Solace. But here it's like level 3. Good. Okay. Loading. There we go. Ooh, what's this? Yeah. Smartphone in. Oh. I'm scanning. I'm scanning the shotgun. What's up, Mike? I'm enjoying this game a lot so far. I would definitely say that I'm enjoying it more than the Quantum of Solace or GoldenEye games recently. Well, let's not worry about that guy.
I'm on my way. I got held up.
Just get here, quickly.
A lot of guns here. Okay, there we go. I needed to use the gun ones to get it. Work my way towards the achievement of killing someone with every gun. But it's like a little impractical. But yeah, like the visuals are really nice for having like a generic kind of realistic look to it. I find it more visually engaging than Quantum of Solace for sure. The levels are, I think, more interesting and better paced so far. And the level of spectacle is certainly higher than that game, I would say. Either of those games, really. Like, the shooting is really quite well done. And, like, smooth and nice. Even the melee stuff, like, as simple as it is, works well. Okay. The one thing that bothers me is when you want to explode shit next to someone, but you just like auto lock onto the dude himself instead. Okay, all the way around. Screen flashing whenever you enable your smartphone to enable phone vision to see objectives and shit. That gets obnoxious. I feel like that though is pretty sick. Am I gonna watch the Nintendo Direct? I wasn't planning on streaming it or anything. If I'm still streaming and I don't know when it is. I just knew that it's today sometime. If I'm still playing, I will be playing. But if I'm not, I'll probably watch it on my own. Am I out of ammo? Yeah, let's grab this. Not sure where I'm going exactly, but fight our way through this crowd. Maybe up here? I don't think I can take cover behind this railing. That's probably not where I was supposed to go. At the top of the hour, I see. Yeah, it's 2 p.m. I've been streaming for 5 hours. A port of the new Bond game is unlikely to be announced, considering they announced that it's coming to Switch 2 several months ago. They announced that before they show the game. Shotgun's probably not super. But it's supposed to be like a big meaty show, so I'm sure there's going to be plenty of stuff of interest. Kind of regardless of what your interests are. I just like I wouldn't sort of set aside what I'm doing here for the purpose of watching that on stream. Hold out until Nicole arrives. Okay, I missed that instruction last time. I didn't realize this was defensive type situation. That kind of changes things a little bit. I.e., I might just stay up here. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's the Mario anniversary. We might get to hear about the second Mario movie. It's about time for sure that we get a release date for Metroid. Last time probably didn't even get this far because I was running around instead of holding my ground. Even these kinds of scenarios we've seen in plenty of Bond games, but they're usually more annoying than this, I feel like. I heard her voice. I didn't get like an objective mark or anything. Guess we're still in. I didn't hear what she said. I don't know if any of you guys heard what she said. Checkpoint reached. Okay, that's good. Is she gonna show up here in her Koenigsegg? Nearly there, okay. Alright, you can come closer and I can take you down. There we go. Fun. That's pretty cool that these guys take these like sideways routes to flank you. Oh, cool. We get her little marker there. That's sick. Okay, stay in cover. Keep. Oh, fuck! I was like, all right, let me heal up. Nope. I guess a flimsy piece of corrugated metal did not protect from a rocket. But yeah, there's like a bunch of checkpoints here, so... Oh, that's it down. Okay. Weapon switch. Okay. We'll do that now. Then, these guys keep running up to me. Might be able to take him down. Who's... Swap weapons. Reload. Shoot that elevator. Okay.
James.
Probably play a Bond game sooner or later. Yeah, I mean, some of them are really good. I think, with the exception of Rogue Agent, which is downright bad, I think Agent Under Fire is like probably the weakest of like every post GoldenEye Bond game, assuming we're talking only about the 3D games, not like handhelds. It's just like really mediocre and kind of underbaked. And even on Xbox, I don't know about PS2, I guess, but presumably it doesn't run better there. The Xbox version, I was really shocked at how badly it actually runs. I mean, the problem with jumping into everything or nothing is that like nothing's gonna live up to that. I think From Russia with Love is a decent game. It's not bad by any means, but it's essentially the sequel to Everything or Nothing, and it's inferior to that game in almost every regard. I think they refined the aiming system a little bit, so it's like more, it works a little bit better. Everything or Nothing can be a little funky when you're at close range, like the auto aim lock on stuff like doesn't quite, gets a little like tangled up and works a little bit weirdly. And they kind of refined and fixed that a little better in From Russia with Love. But everything else, like the levels are longer and less interesting. There's fewer of them. The bond move or like bond moment system was like super simplified and made much less interesting. 98-year-old Sean Connery's like voiceover is, I mean, it's a novelty, but it doesn't like elevate the game in my opinion. I don't know, there's just like a lot of things, like the structure and pacing and flow of Everything or Nothing is like so much better. Agent Under Fire does feature, it is technically the likeness of a person, but it does not have Brosnan's likeness. Okay, let's try this again. Ammo management is like a thing here. But I should also, I guess, like be a little mindful of when I use my focus thing.
I'm nearly there, James. Hold on.
Gotta wait for that thing to like expose itself. The elevator. So at some point or another, there's like some dude with a rocket launcher or something up on the left that's giving me trouble before. But I don't know when he spawns. I feel like I did a good job of taking out the elevator quickly. Okay, that just went a lot smoother than before. Like, vaguely unsure how or why that happened. But let's not question it. Go for it. Can I trigger a cutscene? Yeah.
Move over. I'll drive.
Is there a car section before we're done? We've had a little bit of both. Sometimes, like the daring vehicle escape is a cutscene.
I saw him get on the train that
Sometimes it's an actual part of the level.
His men were loading them on.
Which way?
Over there.
We've got to stop him before he gets those bioweapons out of the country. Hang on.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this would transition into another M briefing. So we might have to do a little bit of driving here before we're done.
Are you mad?
Like I said, this isn't all fun and games.
Yep, figured.
He's trying to get away.
I just train, alright.
Your seatbelt, we've got a train to catch.
Let's hope this is less problematic than the last driving level. I like that I bumped into these fucking tanker trucks and they just start wobbling. I guess Bond is just that strong. Okay, is that a gunship above me? That doesn't seem great. Anyway, just another day in Russia. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. We're adapting. 151 meters. We'll catch up. All right. Thank you for just keeping me in check here. That's good. Fine.
James, the tower.
Sure. I have no fucking idea what tower you're talking about. I'm just seeing fire and smoke and snow and dust all over my screen. There was a tower somewhere, I guess. Alright, now we're in scenic Siberia.
Look, the train, we can still catch it.
Oh, okay. That was not ice. Okay. Noted. I saw obviously the whole like bank up on the wall. See, like we're driving on ice now. The ice is like dark blue. The water wasn't very visually distinctive, but I see now the error of my ways. Speaking of seeing, it's a little bit hard to... Ah, okay. Hard bits have all been, or like the driving, there was a speedboat section in the first level. Have all been super cool.
Look, the train can still catch it.
Like more difficult than the action bits though. Because the fucking car handling is like expects me to know how to drive, I guess. I mean, that's my best guess, given that I'm struggling and I don't know how to drive. But they look fucking awesome, that's for sure. I mean, I don't dislike them. Checkpoints are frequent, they're not frustrating. Like, it is frustrating, but I find the controls to be what I perceive to be like too realistic, making it too difficult to like, you know, deal with cornering and whatnot. Doesn't feel like it aligns super well with the rest of the game. But they're not like a pain point of like, man, I wish we didn't have to deal with this. It's nothing like the vehicle stages in Nightfire, which are like... See, there's stuff like that. Like, the handling, I find, is... makes the driving like way more difficult, like, than the shooting or whatever, like the other levels. There's just like, for me, there's a clear disconnect in like general level of... See, like the fact that I'm sliding back and forth like that, like the game isn't, as far as I can tell, it's not like throwing me a bone and like being... Oh, can't see where the road is either. Well, okay, I'm probably not getting out of this. Yeah. They know about cool presentation, but I'm surprised, like... I mean, that's my take on it, that, like... they make driving games, so... The driving... I keep thinking I'm supposed to drive under there, because I can't fucking see where the road is. So the driving mechanics are gonna be more like realistic. That's like in their wheelhouse. But I'm still surprised that it's... I mean, I've never played any of their driving games, so I don't know how they compare. But... it's not that the controls are bad, which I don't know how if or how I could judge anyway. But they're like compared to...
Not necessarily.
Compared to the shooting and like the action levels, the degree of like how forgiving it is and how smooth it is and how like
Nicole.
It's just like it feels like a massive gulf in like how unforgiving the driving is by comparison.
Here, let me see. This should work until we can get you to a doctor.
And it's like, it's not surprising or a bad thing that driving is like sophisticated.
The train is stopping.
But I would have expected them to have a little bit more of a...
Here, take this. Stay here.
No. Take me with you.
A better like sensibility for how to make cool driving that isn't like punishing. Just like pure stats wise, if we look at the number of deaths and failures over the course of the game so far,
Start the engines and get us out of here.
Now! Like this level is, I think, the only level where I've actually died
Set your heading for 220.
while like in the action bits. But even then, it's like I had about as many deaths in the driving.
hovercraft. When we get on board,
And then in the previous driving sequence, I also died a bunch of times.
But you've got to be careful, James. If you puncture one of those chemical johns with a bullet, the bioweapons will escape and kill everyone.
I'll keep that in mind.
We've picked up Bond signal. It looks
Okay,
like
Tanner briefing. Technically, I guess, like, because this is a new level now.
Bond and Nicole are on an assault hovercraft with what appear to be multiple hostiles on board. Picking up audio now. I'll patch it in.
It's annoying. Like, I kind of wanted to take a break or stop after that mission, but like now we're in this, so we just have to get into it, and then we
Okay, will do.
port. Again, like I understand it for the kind of movie presentation to not sort of go back to a menu, but I really like, I just prefer it so much to have like a proper score tally, end of level debriefing, like making it fully distinct where one level ends and where one begins. Like I just prefer it. So, like because it has levels, like it's very clearly like structured that way. But not in its like presentation. You just kind of get auto booted into the next level. I'm gonna pause the timer there. So here's the intro level, because I just want to get a sense of this kind of structure. Okay, so I thought this was all like one level, I guess. That's interesting. It's actually like multiple. So yeah, so the driving bit was like considered its own level. I basically figured that once like the M briefing sequences signified like the beginning of a new level, but that like just kind of proves my point further, that it's like weird that like there's a kind of missing sense of completion or satisfaction. Bumped my controller funny. Like to unplug the battery. Okay. Of like having completed a level, because I didn't realize I even completed a level. But it's good because if you want to replay a bit, like you don't have to replay as much of it, so that's good. So yeah, there's the castle infiltration level, or the casino rather, although I guess it's in a castle. Okay, cool. So yeah, I guess the infiltration, we actually got the full intelligence on this one. And this was like the exploding the facility, that's its own level, and the driving was its own level. So this presumably is the final bit of Siberia. Well, I was gonna... Well, I say presumably. Maybe that's presumptuous of me. I guess this one, like, because it's splitting up into more levels than I expected. So we've done technically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 levels in about 3.5 hours, which means that this 9th level, and yeah, it's like 2.5. I think it seems reasonable that this is the end of Siberia. So maybe if we try to finish this level, it'll be a good place to stop. I was kind of considering wrapping things up here, but we can do one more mission. And it's only 3 intelligence, so that indicates that it's also like a shorter level, I guess.
We've picked up Bond signal. It looks like they're on Pomerov's tail.
Also, I didn't listen to this at all, so let's actually watch it this time.
Bond and Nicole are on an assault hovercraft with what appear to be multiple hostiles on board. Picking up audio now. I'll patch it in.
I've got the throttle open all the way, but we're not catching up with him.
We're too heavy. I'm heading down to the hold. Maybe we can dump some cargo.
I see.
All right, Nicole. Try to keep it steady and keep the door locked. We're not alone.
It's kind of cool. Set piece, like she's driving this whole thing, and we're unloading cargo and taking out bad guys. Catch up with evil guys plane. I do hope that the finale of the other mission was like a bit of a difficulty spike, and that it's not like everything's gonna take 50 attempts per checkpoint from here on out. I mean, I doubt that's the case, but I didn't actually grab another weapon, but all right. A little bumpy. Oh, he fucking fell into the fan. That's pretty sick. No, I just wanna move forward. I'd like to pick up a better weapon. I didn't. I'm like snapping to cover, not where I want to. Pretty sick. I like the music too. All right, there's a ladder over there. I guess we're taking that down to the hold. Smartphone. You know what? Fuck it. Cover, please. You're gonna fall into that thing. Oh, you fell into that thing. Close enough. I was wondering if he was gonna like get sucked into it. The way camera like wobbles, or I guess it's not the camera as much as the hovercraft. It's pretty difficult to aim, but it's like kind of a cool effect. It doesn't really bother me. Wait, was there a ladder back there? Should I have gone down? No, I guess we're going down here. I guess this is nothing. I shouldn't have done that. This shotgun's not very good. We're better in here, but I don't have much ammo. This is a cool fucking level, though. Of course. Of course. Oh, just trying to go back here. Do that. Oh, that was a dead body. Can I like pull a switch or something here to prop these cars? I mean, I guess they provide cover for the time being, but that is why the animation on the enemies are so good too. Fuck. Okay, that's not good. I have a feeling that I'm not really jettison cargo left and right. Okay. Well, I see. Okay. I was gonna say I'm not like getting past these guys, but just cover here. Was that the thing that I am supposed to? No, it's up here. Let's take cover here. It's okay. Okay, good. Did we get a checkpoint? Oh, did I? No, okay.
James, we're speeding up, but he's still getting away. You have to dump
Thought I
more
jettisoned
cargo.
like both sides. Looked a little confusing. I wasn't sure if I was still vulnerable when I was doing blind fire. I just kind of wanted to figure that out. There are no health pickups now. I mean, it would be kind of pointless to have both.
James, are you there? We're still too heavy.
Scan this. It's important. All right, so let's see how we... Here. Oh, that's literally this fucking vehicle. Okay, wait.
We're losing Pomerov. You have to get rid of the rest of that cargo.
Yeah, I fucking know. Thank you. Just gotta be up close here so he can't actually reach me. Okay, good. Got it. That's pretty cool. Let's hope he doesn't try to use the plane to fly.
I'm heading back to the bridge.
Because that might be difficult for us to cope with. Shit. I wanted to like stun him and then go up and do a melee attack, but I accidentally killed him. Get some health back. Okay. Oh yeah, that's the ladder I saw before, which wasn't a... Wait, can I... Wait, anti-missile turret. This is where I'm going. Okay. Alright, you gotta have a turret section of some kind, I guess. LT to zoom doesn't seem to do all that much, but... This is a little awkward. Guess I'm hitting stuff.
Give me a clear shot at those engines.
Okay. Can I shoot the thing that's shooting at us?
That's it, Nicole. Good. Now hold her steady.
No, as far as turret sections go, I've seen worse. I'm assuming those glowing things are engines. Yep, okay. I mean, that's on me. I let those things get close. Oh, it has a life bar. Okay. I mean, I know I'm supposed to shoot the engines, but also I've been firing at the engines quite a bit. They're rather resilient. They're also easier to shoot when they're fucking on screen. I'm assuming it's not taking any damage when I'm... Oh, I guess there's one engine left there. I think I got it. Like, I'm only taking out like 6 of his 8 engines. You would think that that would affect that vehicle's ability to move ahead. This is cool, but it's like way too fucking tedious. And then I just have to wait until it comes around here.
That's it. Bring us even with it. I'm going after Pomerov.
Oh, I guess it's my health bar on the bottom right. I figured that was a... Yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. Well, whatever. We did it. No checkpoint here, but... Or the SAV. That was not done yet, but...
Keep us steady.
That is pretty sick. That's cool. Okay, this is actually sick. I wasn't sure if, like... the level would keep going. Door's locked. Okay, is there another way in? I guess I'm jumping over here. Oh, okay. Nope, we're jumping over here. Not bothered trying to open. Oh. Gas means that we're not going to be spending too long in here, at least. Where'd that guy go? Yellow arrow means dudes. Fine, I'll just breathe in some gas and slowly recover. I was gonna say, do I escape gas up here? No, still gas.
Shoot me. You still die.
What about this though? Were we supposed to kill this guy? Did we like want some information or something? I don't remember what the mission is at this point.
Change of plans.
I mean, we destroyed his bioweapon factory, so that's good. That was sick. That was a sick level. I want to go to somewhere fucking tropical though.
Tell me,
we need some color and sun after all this.
The safe destruction of all those bioweapons?
Bioweapons? What bioweapons? There are no bioweapons in Russia.
I see. And those men on the boat, in the hazmat suits.
That's the problem with you people in the West. You always think there are WMDs. Then you go to war over it. And then, there are none. You know what kind of paperwork I would have to fill out if there were WMDs here?
Clearly, my mistake.
Yes. And in the meantime, you can expect my government to be calling your government to register a protest for your actions here.
I wouldn't have expected anything less.
James, are you all right?
Better than you.
Oh, this? It's given me an entirely new idea for a line of bracelets.
Indeed.
The cast will be off in a week. It's nothing that a few days at a private beach
in Bermuda sounds good to me.
Care to join me? I've got a plane waiting.
I wish I could. But I've still got some mopping up to do here.
You sure? We might be able to get into all sorts of interesting trouble together.
Well, the offer's tempting, but... By the way, what about your friend? Isn't he going to be upset about destroying his car?
He probably expected it. He already thinks I'm a terrible driver. I wreck everyone I get into.
Back in London, they say the same thing about me. Anyway.
Congratulations on
that looks pretty good. I like that there's also like more extensive dialogue scenes, because that was something that was like sorely missing from Quantum of Solace.
I can't convince you to come with me.
Positive.
Like all the story delivery happened in fucking PowerPoint presentations between levels.
Ciao.
So this helps a lot with the like the movie feel of it too. Like partly that like some of the levels have like the non-action bits where you're kind of walking around and interacting.
Let her go.
But also like pretty extensive story cutscenes.
A private
pretty good.
You should have asked for that while she was still here.
Don't you have some cleaning up to do? Some non-existent bioweapons?
Second floor of the police station. Third door on your right. And make sure you say hello to MI6 for me.
I'll give them your best.
I just didn't bother translating or subtitling that line.
Bond here.
Yes, I've been waiting to hear from you, 007.
Omarov's dead. The factory is destroyed. The remaining bioweapons have been turned over to the Russians.
I know. The Prime Minister has already heard
subtitles,
from their
dude.
government. It's threatening to become a diplomatic nightmare. I want you out of there. Back in London for a full debriefing.
No.
This
I
is
think offset drop shadow is so
the
insane.
anonymous tip we received about the bioweapons couldn't have been from the researcher. He was being tortured at the time. Somebody wanted us to get to Pomerov. And the question is who and why.
So how do you want to proceed?
When I took the courier's cell phone in Istanbul, all the phone calls on it were local except for one that he didn't answer. Have Tanner and Q Branch find that phone. I want to know who the courier was avoiding and why.
Dude, this stuff is actually pretty sick. Like, as soon as we go into this fucking briefing nonsense, like, I tune out. But when you actually see characters interact and emote and communicate, I'm like, oh shit, I'm actually following this. Like, I'm surprised at my ability to follow the plot is, like, you know, I can follow the plot. So maybe we're not quite done. Well, I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. But well, I guess we're getting info from Q Branch, and that's going to tell us where we're going next. So we're probably done in Siberia. I should hope anyway. But I'm going to skip this and not even know where this is, and I'm gonna save and quit. And that's going to be it for our first session of Bloodstone. I'm greatly enjoying this game, and it's a little sad because this is like kind of the last game like this. We're gonna play the DS version of this game after we finish this one, of course, which I don't know what that game's like. Might be a cool game, but it's not gonna be this, you know, scale of production. And then after that, you know, we've got a couple of mobile games. We've got the PS3 version of GoldenEye, and then 007 Legends, and I don't think any of them are gonna be anywhere near as good as this. Well, for those of you who wanted to catch the Nintendo thing live, I guess we made it just in time for that, with a couple of minutes to spare. I shall be making myself some kind of late lunch, and I guess watch that. I don't know. But this was fun. We made some decent progress. I don't know how long this game is, but I don't expect it to be super duper long. I guess according to the spreadsheet here, Quantum of Solace and GoldenEye were, let's see if we can get an estimate here. Here. I guess Quantum of Solace, those games were like 5 hours. I think the PS2 one was the DS one was the one that was like 10 hours. I think GoldenEye looks like it was about 10 hours as well. And I feel like I would expect this to be closer to 5 hours than 10 hours. It wouldn't surprise me if we're like halfway through it, or even more. But I could be wrong. I don't know. Everything or Nothing was like pretty mega sized. I'm not taking for granted that we're like finishing it next stream or anything, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't mind staying in the dark on that front. I would expect that I will be streaming at some point over the coming week. I don't know. I guess it's possible that I will want to do another weekend stream. I don't have a set stream schedule currently. We are operating on kind of a sporadic kind of deal. Fridays have been like fairly recurring. I'm still kind of feeling things out, so I'm not sure. But I will try to announce you know, a few hours in advance at least if I think we're heading into stream. But we'll see. But I would make it my objective to continue streaming this and hopefully finish this game, you know, by next weekend by the latest, at least. So stick around for more of that if you would like. Like I said, the Nintendo stuff is happening soon, but if you're not interested in that, then may I suggest you stick around. Well, you around regardless, as we raid Fractal Mind Mike, who has transcended Indiana Jones and is currently engaging with a little bit of Sherlock Holmes. Is you know, pretty sick in its own right. So thank you very much for. Well, I guess we're not, because it looks like Mike is offline. Maybe he just went offline. Well, never mind that. I guess we're raiding Trap then. Is he doing? Yeah, he's doing Zero Yawn Champ RRZ, which is an insane game, which is pretty ultimate. Let's go say hi to Trap. Thank you very much for hanging out. Enjoy your weekend, and I'll see you guys around some other time, I suppose. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.